went there to the scene of the crime. I wanted to see it take over. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm going to play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
The guy that tried to saw the head off a disabled man in Belfast, when he was taken to hospital for the...
he was disabled, man. Y'all are ableist now, too.
The wax to the dome. He threatened to kill one of the radiology nurses. That's how brutally savage this guy is.
But he was a legal immigrant, so just like Elon Musk was a legal immigrant, so I don't know if you were... I can't believe that Mehdi Hassan been out there being like, but he was legal in the country, like in the defense for the guy that tried to behead him.
This guy, they took him to the hospital for the damage that was done to his head, and he threatened to kill one of the radiology nurses. So I just saw Tommy Robinson say something here about the picture. Here it is. I have removed the alleged image that featured in online reports of Stephen Ogilvy lying in a hospital bed. I've been reliably informed that was not him, and that Stephen's injuries are actually much worse. So that wasn't him. I don't think it was AI generated, but it wasn't him. Sometimes even doing research into images and using AI things. Reverse image search absolutely absurd, which gave the claim one as some credibility, as did the AI responses to the Celtic tattoo. I apologize for making a mistake. So the image that you're seeing circulating of Stephen in the hospital bed is not real. It's not him. It's of somebody else who looks quite similar. I would be honestly super surprised if anyone at this point would be able to get in there, take a photo, and post it on the internet. Right now, I can't imagine anyone would be doing that. So the Sudanese guy was living in a flat with another Sudanese guy. Why couldn't he stab him? Why not stab him? You're in proximity.
I wonder why. No one wants to ask that question.
It's us, though, isn't it? It's us they need to attack. We're the ones, and it's not terrorism, because...
And there's an entire generation of white girls getting raped. Notice how they don't rape the Muslim girls. Yeah, listen, and I'm not advocating for... I don't want them to rape anybody, honestly. I prefer they didn't rape, but if they must... Listen, man, they put the burqas on children and shit because otherwise they just rape them. Can you really blame them for not raping people without burqas?
But you know, sir, literally, this lady over here, she's not wearing hijab. I just have to rape.
No, sorry, listen, man. Hijabs work, I guess. Like I said.
Because we're not a protected group. We're secular. Being British means nothing.
I mean, to be fair, you are not Muslim, so therefore you are like animals. And they rape animals, so...
It's not an ethnicity that is recognized. So how can it be terrorism if white people are quite literally nothing? They're nothing. White British? Irrelevant. British is a passport. Christian? This is a secular country. Culturally, we're not tied to Christianity.
And even if you were Christian, does that even matter? You're a non-Muslim. You're a non-Muslim. Bro, we're like animals.
Anymore. So every single Sudanese, by a Senegalese, by a Somalian, by a Pakistani, by any of these foreign invaders.
Anywhere from... any of the I don't give a fuck to stand countries.
It's for these people. Because we're white, but white people are not a protected.
No. We gotta give some grace. We gotta give some grace to the fucking Senegalese savages. It's not because you're white. It's because you're a non-Muslim. To be fair, that broadens it a little bit too, eh?
And therefore it's not terrorism. That's essentially what's going on here. But this Sudanese guy that was taken to hospital, he threatened to kill he threatened to murder one of the radiology nurses.
Nice.
I can only imagine what it's like escorting this around the place. It seriously must be like...
Dude, why are we like executing these people? Like, so much resources. First of all, the economy in Europe is absolute dog shit. You know, they wanted to be woke. They cut themselves on the nuclear stuff because they want to be woke. They cut themselves on fracking for oil because they want to be woke. And environmentalists and shit. Dog. Why do you give a fuck about the environment? You're not having kids. You're aborting your babies. You're castrating your children. Your birth rate is like 1.5 in England. All right, you're not getting like why? Why do you give a shit about the environment if you're not going to even have descendants to live on this planet? All right, the only people in England, if everything went your way, that will exist in a couple of generations are Senegalese barbarians. That's the only people that's going to be fucking, harumping around in your country, right? And so in a country that's like in an actual economic death spiral that they woke too close to the sun, on top of that, add hospital bills and jail bills and food bills that the British taxpayer needs to somehow come up with to fund for the barbarians that are beheading you in public. Oh, who's going to pay for the radiology appointment that the Senegalese barbarian is going to have? I do. I know who. This guy. This guy who lives 20 minutes from the hospital. It's his tax dollars that's going to be paying for the radiology appointment of this Senegalese barbarian. People can't even begin to wrap their minds around the level of diabolical evil that is actually happening here.
Escorting a animal. This guy must be barely sentient. Barely sentient. Like, how the did he even get here? I understand that he flew
Legally. He filled out 10 pages of documents. He never had an interview. Just as Irish as you are, so I hope you're right.
He just flew from Sudan to Paris. He just flew to Paris and didn't go home. Did anyone stop him? No, they didn't. He flew from Sudan to Paris with a one-way ticket. No, that didn't flag anyone like that's suspicious. And then he stayed in Paris for a little bit.
How inhumane to deport them? I was told by so many Muslims that it's inhumane to deport Muslims when they invade your but I was told it's inhumane. Wajaha Jahat Ali over here and Rose Kahana, two they're American. They have papers that say they're American, they're paperwork American. So they said it's inhumane to deport people, actually.
And having Supreme Court term limits, we should be for abolishing ICE and replacing it with a immigration enforcement office that actually follows human rights and that focuses on sex trafficking, child trafficking, drug offenders, not conducting raids in places like Minneapolis, going after undocumented immigrants who are working and paying taxes.
That's right. We just shouldn't deport people if they're here illegally. All right, we should just let them in, and then we just shouldn't deport them if they don't want to leave. And then they all vote for Democrats because the Democrats don't want to deport them. Interesting how this keeps working. So Wajaha Ali and Ro Kahana have decided that actually it violates human rights to deport people that invade your country illegally. I hope you're happy because that is the left.
Oh, I don't know. Probably just gave him a free house, free food, free stuff.
Well, technically, it's not free. Technically, you're paying for it. It's very, very generous of you, Jake. Guys, everyone's out here being like, oh, Jake doesn't do enough charity work. Jake Monroe literally paid for this Senegalese guy's housing. All right, let's be real here. What a fucking guy. What a guy.
Oh, we hate Frenchmen. Please, before you leave, make sure you stab someone. He then flies from Paris to Dublin. Again, there's no visa on this guy's record. Why is he flying from Paris to Dublin? Not even this guy knows. This guy is just
I mean, you blame the French for letting him fly in. I blame the British for letting him in.
Simply staring, walking in directions like a lemming. And then he flies from Paris to Dublin. No one stops him. Why are you coming? Do you have a visa? Why do you have no return flight?
Well, he probably doesn't speak English. How would you even ask him these questions? He filled in 10 papers, though, so, like, I would let him in.
Right to Sudan.
That was a joke, by the way. Fuck this guy.
You know, like America does. Whenever I fly to America, how long are you staying? Who are you seeing?
These are questions for white people that speak English. All right, they just assume this guy is 67 IQ and won't understand, so they just let him in.
You here last?
You just violate his human rights by asking him basic comprehension questions. God. Dude, if he doesn't radicalize the shit out of you.
Going on anywhere else when you get there? None of that. This guy just arrived in Paris and was just like, I'm gonna go to Dublin now. At no point did anybody check. And then he was in Dublin for a few months, I believe, or half a year or something like that. And then he got the coach. He got the coach all the way up to Belfast. So he's in Belfast illegally. No one invited him there. When he gets here, he's given leave to remain, an indefinite leave to remain, which means he can then immediately start.
Bro, I'm starting to think that these guys are just bioweapons. I feel like the elites are just like, they're like, yo, we have bioweapons active to destroy, like, white culture or whatever. And they're called Senegalese people.
Getting benefit, which means the house he was in, the flat he was in, was free.
No, it wasn't free. You paid for it.
trekked him all the way from Sudan through Paris.
The Jewish take is, yeah, he beheaded him in public, but you're paying for his housing? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking, obviously. It's just a nightmare from beginning to end. The whole thing is bad.
Dublin into Belfast, and then when he got here, he was like, asylum please, and they were like, all right, mate, here's the keys to your free flight, here's your free food, have a good one. What the actual... This is not open borders. This is no borders at all. This isn't people checking their shit and being like, well, okay, well, the border's open, so you can go in. No one's checking
I would
any...
just like to make the point that this Senegalese guy was let in, but Hassan Piker wasn't.
Anything. Absolutely. He arrived here illegally, was here as an illegal. The government didn't know he was coming. They barely even know where he was from. And then he was like, I am asylum. And they were like, yep, there you go. Indefinite leave to remain, which means he now has access to benefits. He's eligible to receive taxpayer money. Isn't that wild? And then this guy goes and blows the entire thing by slicing up the face of a disabled white man that was loved by the community. People figured out how he got here, how he was living here, and people were like, okay, so open borders, there's no borders. You guys, you just gave him benefits. So he just got off the bus, stinking like Sudan, and you just gave him everything?
Yeah.
And people are realizing, like, this is how they're getting in? And they had this thing in Dublin a couple of...
And you want to know the best part? More of them are coming in every day. You think that this will radicalize people and this is going to stop, but it doesn't stop. More, and then you're going to get some more guys from Sudan being like, holy shit, we can just do this. And guess what, baby? Guess what? And you know it's going to happen.
A couple of years
ago. You have Mehdi Hassan being like, well, technically, it's a genocide. That doesn't mean that they should live here.
when this first
It's not my problem.
when the immigration to Dublin first started, there were just military-age black men just appearing in Dublin in their hundreds per day. They were camping out in the center of the city, in shanty towns made of tents. Beautiful, pristine Dublin streets, but literally over the period of a few weeks, shanty towns of strange African men.
Sounds to me like you guys didn't free Palestine enough.
Children, no women, just African men, just strewn about the place. And if you said anything about it,
You're putting in jail for being racist.
for fucking racist. And being a racist is by far the absolute worst thing. I mean, look at this shit. Disabled guy gets his face carved up like a Halloween pumpkin. The left were not aware of this until we all started getting upset about it. I saw people that I've neglected to unfollow because they just barely show up my FYP. I've seen people that I used to know being like, I woke up this morning to loads of riots. What the fuck is going on? This attack has not shown up for leftists. They've not seen it. They didn't see it until the
That's right, and the whole media is just blaming Elon Musk. I can't believe Elon Musk told people that this horrible thing happened. That's even worse than the thing happening.
I started. How is... We know why this is not permeating mainstream. Because they don't want this. They don't want to expose this.
I mean, they admit it. They admit it themselves.
They don't want to expose the fact that all of these unchecked, undocumented migrants that they're pulling in on purpose because Caliphy plan. Now, look, this guy has been named, I can't seem to find the name, it's something like Adil Abagubu or whatever.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Sunni name. Well, I don't really care. Do you care? Do you care what his name was? Google and find it. But we do have...
It's such a nightmare. It's like every single part of this is bad. It's all bad. It's all bad. The economic part is bad. Dude, what? Wait, hold up. I'm noticing something retarded in the comments. Wait. Okay, I cut off that part of the video. The dude is so bad. Holy fucking nuts jumpster. Only the blue Jew is accepted around here. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Anyway.
But we do have things coming out of Belfast, okay? Now, first and foremost, there have been many houses that have been burnt out. We've got this kind of thing popping up all over the place. For those of you who watched my live stream of me attending one of these protests, luckily for me,
Holy shit, he exists without makeup?
the protest that I attended was actually very peaceful. It was not peaceful, literally 10-minute drive from where that was. I went out into the protest yesterday after the stream, and I
I'm starting to feel like this is a moderate position.
live streamed 1 hour of this protest, and it was peaceful. There were kids and families there, old women, old men. There was teenagers there as well with their masks up and stuff like that. You know, it was nice. But 10 minutes away, all hell was breaking loose. And Keir Starmer was actually in the House of Commons today, and he was actually talking about cracking down on X, and that all of these riots are the result of right-wing voices. He's talking about people like me.
You know, I feel like you would really silence Elon Musk if you just stopped having beheadings on your show. I feel like that would really show him. Elon Musk is trying to like stir up racial tension or whatever. Dude, think about it. Keir Starmer, if you're watching this video, you're probably not, because last time I called him the F video thing. But Keir Starmer, if you're watching, all you have to do is stop the public beheadings and rape gangs, and Elon Musk will literally have nothing to say. Holy shit. Think about how you can stick it to Elon.
He says that they need to crack down on X because the riots are the result of incitement directly from right-wingers on X. So, once again, they are ignoring the actual problem, and it's so frustrating to the point where I want to claw my eyes out. It's so deeply frustrating. He sees the riots and he's like, well, what could have caused this? Looks around, ignores immigrants, ignores open borders, ignores the illegals going in, ignores the race crimes being committed by them, the religious crimes being committed by them, overlooks the gangs and the inquiry that's sitting on his desk that he keeps ignoring. He keeps ignoring all these things and he goes, it's Andrew Tate. I knew it. I knew it was him. It was Andrew Tate. I knew it. So now he wants to crack down on social media because they're responsible for the right. You know what would be really funny? Sure, go ahead. Keir, seriously, close it down. Keir Starmer, seriously, shut down X. You will find that the riots will still happen again. Oh, Keir Starmer's broke. Can you imagine if Keir Starmer got his way every single time? Where do you think it would end with that guy? Seriously, let's imagine.
England would end with that guy. That's exactly where. In 2 generations, England would just be an Islamic country. And that's it.
Let's imagine Keir Starmer gets his way. You're now living in 1984. There's no social media, there's no organization, there's no mass surveillance, and he's got everything his way. He's got cameras up everyone's asses. He knows what you ate for breakfast. He knows everyone's bowel movements in the UK. No one can sneeze without him knowing about it. And there's still unchecked illegal immigration, mass migration, rampant. In fact, even more now because no one can report on it. And they're still flying in. They're still coming in. And yet the riots still happen. What do you think would be the next solution that he would suggest? Because
I would say that he would suggest the final solution. Death penalty for racists.
that's what would happen. What he's essentially saying is, I want to handcuff all of these ethnic Brits. I want to handcuff, I want to subdue, I want to gag all of these native Brits so that they can't complain, they can't retaliate, they can't organize, they can't communicate, they can't commiserate whenever I'm flooding their country with all these deplorables, these undateables, these untouchables. What do you think his next course of action would be once the riots still happen? What he's essentially telling you is
Gulag, baby. That's right. Welcome to communist UK.
he wants to gag the British public.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to listen to your problems.
Yep.
He doesn't want to acknowledge your problems.
Right.
He's
Well, he actually just doesn't care about your problem. He just cares when you make it his problem.
actually doesn't want to address the problem. He instead wants to shut you up is what he's telling, what he's trying to tell you. That's what he's telling you. He doesn't want to hear what your actual problems are. He knows what your problems are. He's told you time and time again he's not going to fix it. Because to him it's not a problem. This is right on schedule, as intended. Keir Starmer is on the beaches of France, blowing up the inflatable boats himself. There you go, lad. He knows what he's doing. What he's telling you by cracking down on social media. He's not saying, right,
Well, he knows his voters are the ones that are immigrating here.
fingers are the
It's
problem.
so evil,
Alt-righters
it's
are
crazy.
the problem. Selfishly exploiting it for our own gain, he says. He's saying that he doesn't want to hear you complaining about it. He wants to remove your ability to complain about it. Not realizing that by administering the restrictions he's already put in place, has already put people in this radicalized state as it is. People are this mad. People are this upset. People are this close to violence at all times because of the restrictions
People don't
he
realize,
has applied
how close like England actually is to just rebellion and civil war.
to the nation. And he wants to apply more restriction. Has he suffered brain damage? That's a joke. I've said this multiple times, okay? Keir Starmer is not stupid. He's not an idiot. A bumbling buffoon would not be this consistently malicious.
Yeah.
It would be 50-50 making good
Prime Minister of England. How did that happen?
choices, making bad ones.
And he was a communist, right? I'm pretty sure he was a communist in his youth. He ended up some fucking retard.
Consistently chooses the bad option. He chooses the evil dialogue option every
Go
time.
listen to that. He knows what he's doing.
This is on
He knows
purpose.
exactly
It's
what he's
intentional.
doing.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Everything is happening as intended on the schedule that he's
I'm
put
so
together.
glad that people are finally realizing. No. Like, I do believe that a lot of the voters are just retards, but the people on top are evil, right? They're not just all stupid.
But this right here is the result of the government not listening.
I didn't see that happen.
They don't listen to you being like, well, I don't really agree with all these people coming in. They don't listen to that. They don't listen to silent protests. They don't listen to peaceful protests in the street. They don't listen to marches. They don't listen to picketing.
Dude, marches and protests, it's all irrelevant. Even if you say things, they'll just put you in jail for hate speech in England, all right? Listen, man, ultimately, 2029, you're going to have a chance to vote yourself out of this situation. And if not, you're going to have to fight your way out of the situation. I don't really think there's another option.
They don't listen to any of this stuff. They don't listen. They never listen. They don't want this. Maybe start listening to the people. If they don't want this shit to happen, maybe you should have acknowledged one of the many times you've been told what people actually want. You can't repeatedly, constantly, chronically, over and over again, not listening to their pleas, their begging.
Yes, you can.
They're protesting, they're picking. You can't just ignore this and not expect something like this to happen. But yeah, right here. We told you this was coming if you didn't get the savages out. Deportations are the moderate solution. Again, they've told you time and time again, they don't want to share their country with these immigrants. You never provide them with the opportunity to vote for something.
Look, man, that's why I keep saying it's coming. The Overton window is shifting. The shit is collapsing. People are waking up. And if they don't win electorally, then there's going to be blood on the street. I mean, there already is. More blood.
Gets them out. They have to put up with it. They have to tolerate it. You never listen. Well, here we are. Now there's riots. How many times do you have to be told?
The answer is irrelevant how many times, because he's just not going to listen. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about your best interest. He doesn't care about the British people. He doesn't care about the future of the country. It matters to him. Understand. He's a communist. He wants power. And the best way for him to have power is to import an underclass of misfit retards that will vote for him. And you know why they'll vote for him? Because they'll bring in all of their fucking cousins. It's a power grab. It always will be. It's evil, obviously. And they use weapons like racism and hate speech to silence you because they just want you to shut the fuck up. They don't care if you get beheaded in the streets. They just don't want that to be their issue. All I'm saying is, Western nations. This story just shook me to my core. Western nations send Ebola doctors to Africa, and Africans killed them because they thought they were witches. Let that fucking sink in. The truth is, young men need to rise up, have children, get married, be radical, sneak honesty, grow balls, and take our country back. And it will happen. It will happen. I have faith it will happen. Never black people. Always peace with evil. You destroy evil. Now, this is a long-standing take that I've had, and a lot of people disagree with me on this one. For some reason, I think that everything wrong with Western civilization could be stemmed back to feminism. Literally, all of it. I think it's people that have played on the heartstrings of forgiving and kind Christian civilization in order to basically manipulate people into discarding the Word of God for some sort of more enlightened, empathetic belief system, and that is the root of all of the things, all of them. The degeneracy, the scams, the immigration, all of the issues I think could be trailed right back to this. And unfortunately for me and society, I keep getting proven correct.
So basically, Meta is laying off more people. Today, we reduced headcount by 22%. The Meta...
Wow, I can't believe that.
Layoffs are some of the most dystopian things I've ever seen. Unpopular
All
opinion.
these ridiculously, D-word that are unfortunately everywhere now. For some reason, we just have to tolerate them in the holification of society.
Yeah, you don't have to dress corporate to be professional. So this is her. I guess she got.
This is the downward spiral of civilization. Yeah, that's right. I could be a tech worker and dress like a hoe.
Hired at Meta, and so she showed up to work looking like this. Anyway, so this is what happened. Asha, as previously shared, we've decided to reduce headcount as part of our continued effort to run the company more efficiently and allow us to offset other investments we're making. Unfortunately, your role has been eliminated as a part of today's reorganization. This is the TikTok she made.
I laid off for Meta today.
You got laid off.
I feel so happy.
It's great.
Yeah?
Dream, like I can finally breathe again. The funny part is, I exceeded expectations for the last 4 years in all of my performance reviews.
Wow.
I was never meant to build someone else's dream while living it. I'll be a content creator at one of the coolest AI fashion startups in Silicon Valley. I got laid off.
Wow, you got laid off from Meta. Now you're doing a fashion brand. I'm sure that's going to go really well for you.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is the CEO.
Bro, these people are literally gaslit by the system to think that they're all Captain Marvel. Right? I'm not even kidding. Every single one of these people thinks that they're completely and utterly gaslit into thinking that they will truly find themselves fulfilled as some sort of fashion icon / ho-fluencer. All right, and people are falling for this. It's crazy.
Oh, that fired the HR team a couple days ago? Oh, shit. He's explaining it.
We got rid of our HR team.
Why?
Hey,
We had an HR team. That HR team was creating
that's
problems.
right. That's right. Man, I'm so glad we've incorporated women into the workforce on such a massive scale that they are literally like we need an entire woman workforce to enforce the woman workforce and basically shut down all actual progress to be made because they're too busy having meetings to decide on when they will have more meetings. Essentially, the nagging has gotten to such an insane degree.
That didn't exist. And those
They have to invent problems. They invent problems, and then they have to invent teams and policies to stop the problems that don't exist.
disappeared when I let them go.
Every single
It's perfect. It's everything that I've ever wanted to hear.
company in Silicon Valley is full of worthless DEI. This guy, believe it or not, follows me.
My coworkers keep saying I need to make it like a tech TikTok, because if you look at my TikTok, you'd never guess I have a job. Anyways, this is our current workstation.
Not a good sign.
Callie and I are what you call product managers.
In other words, useless.
Callie, what is your
So
team?
they are literally inventing useless jobs to make sure that women can't actually get married and be home and take care of their children. It's so fucking sad.
Over. My team is over reporting and internal tools, and I am over
Useless, nothing burger job.
for what we call card experience. We help prioritize and help the engineers stay on track and help them know what to do.
Oh,
They do fucking nothing.
we help the engineers stay on track.
They're just nagging. They're like, hey, I have a job for you. You're going to be nagging men all day. And they were like, oh boy, my calling.
Oh, no. Whenever you're helping them stay on track, they're thinking, thank you so much, Samantha.
Yeah, exactly. So you might have a team like the engineers actually do the developing, the coding. Product managers,
So this is literally libtard dystopia. You import infinite Indians to be the tech managers. You hire two completely useless college libtard graduates to be in charge of this. And then you just fuck all of society.
essentially decide what the team's going to work on, do competitive research, keep everyone focused, motivated, and
Basically just
Why can't I?
have
Oh,
these
God
meetings.
damn it.
and driving towards business outcomes.
Driving towards business outcomes.
That's what we do. We work from home.
You do nothing. You work from home.
Driving towards business outcomes, that doesn't make any sense.
Today. I hope all you coworkers are happy.
And are you happy that these people now exist?
I mean, that's basically showing up to work.
That's right. And no,
So
to
basically,
the surprise of literally no one. So this is a video that I think has probably the greatest title and thumbnail on all of YouTube. It's made by a friend of mine. Think before you sleep. This guy is an absolute goat. All right, so I already opened this video, so you'll see the red bar. I didn't watch it yet. Florida woman goes to the dentist, and the thumbnail is just a screenshot of a Florida woman in a dentist office with a police officer. And literally the entire story is already told. You know exactly where this is going. It's insane! I didn't see this yet, but I was told it's cinema. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm going to play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call of the Dragons on free cash. payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel. So if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
So what's going on? So they called the cops. They have the cops here now.
Yeah. Yeah, we know where this is going.
And good luck.
What the fuck just happened? I pushed the button on my keyboard and it's literally all over.
So what's going on? So they called the cops. They have the cops here now. So what's the issue? The issue is all I want is documents that happened today, so now I can take it and I can get the work done that I need it done. You heard what she said, right? You can get it. That's because it's not that's her that I get Okay. All right. So you're gonna have to leave the property now. If you come back here and cause more issues, we're gonna have a bigger issue. Okay? They do not have the documents ready for you right now. And that's the end of it.
Okay, so we have a routine visit to the dentist office where the police had to be called because the suspect, suspect is probably the correct word. So the police were called because the suspect is mad that they wanted to mail her paperwork to her.
They don't have an address or
I don't know who you are, where you came from, but I'm killing your girlfriend too.
Yeah, this seems so easy. If you pay close attention, you can even hear that whoever's talking to her on the phone agrees with the police. Now, to clarify, I think initially the dentist... Bro, it's so bad! It's so bad, dude. All of society is crumbling because of Karens. The Karens are destroying society. All right, let's take a look at what our leaders have to say about this. All right, so we have Zora Mamdani. We have AOC in a hijab. All right, we have AOC and Zora Mamdani fighting patriarchy. I'm really glad that the people in charge are really worried about the actual issues. Just wanted to mail the paperwork to her instead of giving it to her in person that day because she was being a pain in the ass and they didn't want her on the property longer than necessary, and they also didn't want her coming back to pick it up when they finished it.
Well, it's gonna take me a minute to do it, and the way she was acting, I couldn't have her. If you guys are sitting here with her, I'll do it. But I don't care.
She's gonna push that ring.
Okay, all right, just come outside.
A Florida woman goes to a dentist office. This is the greatest description I've ever heard.
No, I would.
She's gonna push it up while we're here.
I thought she was the big girl. Yes, Dad.
Okay, so this is like a prostitute. Thanks, Linda. Many lessons learned from that show. You gotta make playing with me. And now you know why the police need to get medical documents at the dentist. But the reason I wanted to focus on this police encounter is because recently the topic of culture has come up a lot in social media discussion. Yeah. Many people have realized that the reason I don't think people understand the fact that we're winning so much. People are so fucking blind to the amount of winning that's happening. Cultural
What's up, man?
victory after cultural victory. The fact that these discussions are being had
You wanna?
is such an unbelievable win.
You can move in a little more if you want.
What 2020 was like. Every mayor in every city kneeling and praying to St. George Fentanyl Floyd. You know, blessed be his fence. All right, you do not remember the level of retards that we had to deal with. All right, like, dude, we are winning on an unfathomable level, and you have to stop blackpilling. Regular people have to live with all these restrictions and limitations is because of an actually quite small group of people who are screwing it up for everyone else. Yeah.
Am I missing a button somewhere?
Some doctors and engineers decided to go to the Ichikawa Zoo in Japan where that famous monkey punches. When they got there, they jumped into an enclosure to promote some stupid crypto coin. Because of it, again, those two guys, the zoo had to install a net to prevent that from happening again, and now we can't see monkeys at the zoo. Wait, no, I'm gonna leave that in, it's fine. So when it comes to a person like this who can't handle a simple activity like waiting for some documents without causing a scene, know that these are the people that we have to focus on to fix a vast majority of society's problems.
Are you gonna wait for the documents or not? Hello?
You all right?
Can you listen for 1 second? She said it was gonna take a few minutes. The way you were acting, they didn't want to do it while you were here. But now that we're here, they'll do it while we wait outside with you. Okay? You know what? If you have a job,
We came back. Okay, papers. Like they said that they were just about to bring out. Yeah,
The 5 words that can destroy every libtard. Do you have a job?
what? So we thought you left. No, I left to go for a walk so I can calm down. I didn't leave you, but you told me to come back in here when everything was done. So that's what I was doing. I just told you to wait outside. That's what I was doing outside. Okay, all right, can you just sit down and we'll get your documents changed. I'll go for another walk again. Okay, no, don't go forward. Just stay here I don't need you walking around everywhere. I need to find where you're at so we can just see the documents. And so I'll be the sooner than later. Documents are done, and I can go for a walk. I don't understand why it's a problem for me to just step outside and go for a walk.
I already have a headache. They asked her to leave, and she wants like this. Bro. Wants to stay. Now they're asking her to stay. Literally, give my pimp hands the strength required to fucking take this mental left. I'm kidding, obviously. I would never call for violence or anything. She needs a pain in the ass. She needs a dad. Like, so obviously, right? She's got a dad-shaped hole in her heart, and she is trying to fill it with being a Karen and ruining everyone else's life. Right, bro, society without dads. It's just because. Normally, I would use this term for marketing, but my friends and I like to call these kinds of people high-friction individuals. The reason being that ideally, when you try to sell something in a business, you try to reduce the number of actions that a person has to take to buy your product. Doing that increases the likelihood that customers will make a purchase, like Amazon's one-click buy. It's easy for a reason. To put it simply, the number of actions that you have to take to do something is called friction. And usually, when you're trying to improve your life, one of the most effective ways of doing that is to reduce friction or reduce the number of actions that it takes to accomplish things that are good for you. However, the mentally ill love increasing friction and adding roadblocks to everyday activities. Think of a show like Porters, where walking to the front door is almost an impossible task. I swear I watched an episode where a woman had to use her neighbor's toilet because her house was so full of junk that she couldn't use her own bathroom. That's high friction. So understand the amount of roadblocks that this streetwalker is putting everyone through just to get some pieces of paper from the dentist.
You're making a bigger issue. I'm not trying to make an issue. I'm not trying to make a problem. I'm just why can't I go for a walk until this is done?
Oh, she needed a dad.
Like,
we are literally stunting a generation, turning a generation of people into completely, socially unacceptable whores and retards just because of the dad crisis. Because for some reason everyone needs to get divorced now. For some reason.
Okay. So can I go for a walk until it's done? No, stay here, or we're gonna be trespassing you from here. Okay? Why? Just stay here. Just stay here. They're getting the papers. I'm not gonna babysit. I'm not babysit. I said I would come back in a little bit when this is done.
Oh my God! Just sit down. Oh my God!
Just stay here.
This girl is the queen of unnecessary roadblocks. To clarify and reiterate, in case you forgot context, the original plan was to mail the documents to her. However, because the police are there and in order to reduce friction so they don't have to deal with her anymore, the dentist office has decided to ready the paperwork for her immediately. But instead of the suspect saying, okay, well, I'll just wait 5 minutes, she decides to overcomplicate everything by saying that she wants to go for a walk until the documents are ready, which is, of course, I'm just saying, a woman marrying a man and then being married and having children with a woman and a man, and the man working and the woman raising the children with rich people, and then the woman growing up and, becoming 20 and getting married to a man, and then they raise their children, is actually just a cure to like 99% of problems in civilization. I'm not even exaggerating. The most basic bitch aspects of life are just actually fucking awesome and biblical. And society, for some reason, decided, no, we need to ruin that because we hate God. Pissing off the officer because she doesn't want to waste police resources by waiting for some undetermined amount of time for the suspect to come back. Like, God, this chick's behavior is annoying. It's like having to type in my credit card number every time I want to make a purchase. Just arrest her and give her a huge fine. Stop trying to accommodate her. You need to inconvenience this chick back instead of letting her control the situation.
Like that office. This has got to open a door somehow. Somewhere in here.
You left. Okay, we saw you leave. I hung out here for another 5 minutes. You clearly were coming back. I told him you left. I never said I wasn't coming back. I never said I was supposed to know.
Why should everyone in society be jumping hoops to accommodate you? Like, it's crazy. Actual Marvel movie syndrome. Every single like 20-year-old woman without a dad thinks they're Captain Marvel, and you can't live in and you can't live in a society like that.
I can't read your mind. You can't read my mind. Okay, you don't know what I'm going to do or what I have to do. I had an appointment to go to another place up near here, and I missed an appointment.
Right, now it's the officer's fault that you missed your interview because you couldn't wait for some paperwork. I mean, your pimp said it was okay to wait. Also, she's not dressed for an interview. She started this video out in a sweatshirt and yoga pants. I doubt she's about to be interviewed or going to an appointment or whatever she changed it to. Maybe the actual story is that she was supposed to go meet a client, if you know what I mean.
I'm not trying to say I have an appointment somewhere else that I have to be. Okay, then do you want to come back later today for the documents? I can come back whenever I need to come back for the paperwork and whenever the paperwork is done. That's not a problem. I don't mind coming back for the paperwork. You had an issue with it earlier. No, I did not. That's why I was called here, because you had an issue with it. I'm not playing games with you. I never had an issue coming back to pick up my paperwork, but they told me I was going to be able to for a while.
Now you have the customer thinking, what the hell, why is there a car here? Let me just say that if I'm a new customer and I saw this shit going down, I would probably never come to this business again, and I would tell all my friends to not go there because I would think it's ratty. For long-time customers, it might be different, but it is very likely that she's costing this dentist office business by causing a scene. They should just arrest her at this point.
Why can't I just come out after I transfer my husband's there, and then I can come back, and then I can pick up the documents? Listen, I didn't say you weren't. I didn't see finishing this. Is you gonna be trespassed? Okay, so you get arrested. If you leave property, you're gonna be arrested. If you leave right now, you cannot come back. Okay? I want my paperwork. Okay, wait 2 minutes, and you have your paperwork. Okay? Do you understand? If you return this property, you will be arrested. I don't want that. I don't care about that. Okay, so I just want my documentation so I can take it to my new doctor. Okay. They can do what they need to do.
Oh my God, just wait for 2 minutes and shut up.
Okay. I have to. You have to be here. Let me write down my information or whatever. Okay, ma'am, sit down. I'm not a dog. I'm not sitting down right now. I'm not a dog. Stay right there. You're not moving anywhere. You're waiting for your documents. Unless you were to leave, you're going to be trespassed. You'll be arrested your return. I want my paperwork. Come sit down. You're not blocking the door right now. This is crazy. For what? We didn't back up here and get to go hands on with you. Come sit down right now. For what? I'm asking for my documents. Get out of the door. You don't have to be blocking the door.
And if you beat the shit out of her, you'd be the bad guy.
Come on, she's begging to be arrested. I understand trying to de-escalate when possible, but she's crossed the line like 10 different times. So now it's time to make her life hell so she doesn't think she can get away with this elsewhere. You absolutely have to just do things. You know, we could do things. We have like a button, right? And it's the fix everything easily button. You can just push the button. And no one can push the button. No one can push the goddamn button. It's right there. It's right there in front of you. The fix everything easily button. The everything becomes better button could just be pushed, and everything will get better. And no one wants to push the button. Where? The reason she's so confident in being a pain in the ass to police is because no one has ever done anything. It's because her victim bullshit has just won every single altercation in her life, every single time. Is because she does this to other people and they put up with it. Now, if you're afraid of standing up to this kind of person, let me just say that most of them are really weak and they cave instantly the minute someone tells them to shut up.
Do you have your ID on you? No, I do not. All right. Get off the phone. No, I'm calling my mom. Get off the phone. You can't tell me I can't call my mom. Come sit over here. All right, she's trespassed. They're getting her documents right now. I'm waiting. She wants to be argumentative with me. I told her to sit down. She wants to call her mom and say you'll be right. Go outside. All right, let's go outside. No, I'm not going. They told me to wait 2 minutes. Hey, for my paperwork. I'm waiting for my paperwork. I'm opening the doors open. Why? Go outside. All right, that's all right. Why bother me? Okay. Why my paperwork? Why is it wrong? Because you're not listening. Okay, if you don't get out right now, you're going to jail. All right, I'm going outside.
Let's go. See what I mean? Instant cave. She's used to walking all over people, but she's not used to them. She's expected her bitchy nagginess to survive her entire life. She's expected everything to work out if she just bitches and nags because she's the main character in a Marvel movie. And unfortunately, every time reality wakes up, nothing radicalizes you like a little dose of reality, you know? When the woman that's pro-transgender shit and then goes into the bathroom and sees the toilet seat up, and all of a sudden they're radicalized. Nothing radicalizes a retard like reality. Standing up for themselves, so she doesn't know how to deal with it. And that's how most of these annoying people are. This is what we call George Floyd, ladies and gentlemen. Body cam footage has been great for exposing how these police encounters. I love body cam footage. Shout out to black people. Actually go. Really eye-opening. You can see she is clearly resisting arrest. She's very clearly resisting being grabbed.
I don't have. Oh! Hey, stop! Turn around. You're going to get hurt if you don't comply. And it's fire on your You want the case? Then you need to back now. Then you should have listened. Stop resisting! You're not listening.
Oh my God! Can't just tase her.
We got another one, ladies and gentlemen. Stop. I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe. Let's go. Every person being arrested since about 2014 suddenly can't breathe. Yep. I mean, she's breathing so loudly that you can hear it. She's like, I can't breathe. You can scream, you can breathe. I can't breathe. Now, in the past, I might have spoken differently, but in the modern day, I'm so sick of people who pull this shit that the more they cry and struggle while they're in the process of finding out, the more I enjoy the video. That's right. We're going to bring all the more she is publicly humiliated and suffers because of the consequences of her own actions, the less likely she's going to do it again. I'm just saying, and hopefully everyone can see this video. Share with your friends, let everyone see exactly what the consequences. Shouldn't have done it. To quote Asmongold, shouldn't have done it.
Just stop now. Knock it off.
Wait, I thought you didn't have your ID.
Do you have your ID on you? No, I do not. Right.
I guess she did have it.
You're going to get everything. Calm down.
You okay? Calm down. This is ridiculous. Then you would have got it if you listened. Let's go.
I did let you.
Stand up and get in the
That's
car.
right.
Get in the
Yes, you
car.
are.
Because now you're arrested for refusing to move and it's children to police.
Gotta be worse. It's gonna get worse and worse.
You're gonna get pulled in if you don't get in the car. You're gonna get tased in 1 second. Get in the car.
Okay. Just gonna get worse for you. The more you're retarded.
What a day. What a nuisance. It's very shocking that no one got hurt. The suspect was in the door.
Like, we need to live in a society where this is considered acceptable by like half the population, and then they say defund the police.
Or in the glass window, though for the most part, the police have her under control. And now that the witch is contained, let's see how the dentist is doing.
I think she probably has something in her bag. She doesn't want you guys to know. She might be coming back around the corner from here.
Little snitch. I think there's something in her backpack that she hid from you. Good move. Get her in as much trouble as possible. Because I think what this lady is suggesting is that the real reason that the suspect actually wanted to take a walk is so that she could ditch some drugs or do them. Honestly, it's hard not to think that this girl is a regular user of hard drugs based on her completely unhinged behavior over some paperwork.
I told you.
Covered in piercings, covered in tattoos, talking to her daddy on the phone, walking around, completely angsty, doesn't want to give her address to the dentist.
That's strange. I not two men.
I told you we were gonna do that.
Two men on a young lady? It's just crazy.
2 a.m.
This is my stuff.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, bitch deserved it, shouldn't have done it.
Go outside.
Oh, yeah, thanks. This is her paperwork, and I don't want to kill the lady again. I don't know what I need to do for that trespassing or whatever, but she already knows she's trespassed. She called an issue, so, okay. Well, thank you. I apologize. No, it's okay. I've never in my life seen something that crazy. But I guess that's normal for you guys.
No, you should start voting for people that actually want to put these people in little camps. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, you want to just round people up and put them in a box? Yeah. Notice how society will get better really quickly.
I only saw something that's crazy one other time, and it was me fighting another girl.
It's always the girls.
That's an interesting perception.
Wow.
But now we finally have the paperwork. Mission accomplished. Though this all could have maybe just been an email, keep it simple. Next, the police have to look through her bag, and it looks like she has some makeup brushes that she's now going to have to throw away because they put them on the floor. Great move, cops. I approve. We have some 5 gum, and something that looks like a burner phone. So she's not beating the drug addict prostitute allegations.
No, and I please, oh my God, please, I'm in prison, and I can't.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
I don't want to get arrested. I didn't do anything to deserve it, please. I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to go back to jail. You guys, I don't want to go back to jail. Please don't make me go back to jail. I don't want to go.
Back to jail. I like the back to jail.
High likelihood she was arrested before. She still acted like this. Like some people just need to be put in a box.
Going back to jail? Now, again, you might think it's heartless for me to make fun of her frantically crying or possibly having a panic attack.
Publicly humiliating these people is the solution.
Holy shit. Literally as mature as a toddler. She may think it's like heartless for me to make fun of this person because it looks like she's crying and having a panic attack or whatever. But remember, she caused all of this. She could have just been polite to
What are we
this, but
talking? Dude, we should be making fun of these people. What are you talking about? Like, this ideology is cancer, and it needs to be expunged from society.
instead, she had to disrupt their business and possibly scare their customers away. Not to mention, they gave her like 20 different warnings to try and prevent her from being arrested.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it should have been like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
We need to be less tolerant of these people.
Yeah.
Here's your
Dude, I'm
reward.
so tired of this garbage. Bro, tolerance is not a virtue. You have been mind raped by society to think tolerance is a virtue. Literally. Tolerance is not a virtue. Intolerance is a virtue.
Look,
Being
kid, I'll give
intolerant
you
to
some better
evil
not
is
fuck
being
this up,
virtuous. Being
or I'll cut
tolerant
your goddamn
to
throat.
infinite hoes and rapists, that's not virtuous. I don't even understand where this ideology came from that it's virtuous to be tolerant. Like, they pick words that they just completely utilize to their advantage. And honestly, I don't even think these words mean what they say they mean. You know, they call it Pride Month. God, Pride's a sin. Hello. Like, they'll pick these words. It's like, it's actually satanic. They'll take a word and they will mutilate it. They will take a word that's evil, and then they will try their absolute best to contort it into something good. It's honestly insane.
For those who cause their own problems like this. Like I said, I actually enjoy watching people like this suffer. You have to be in that mindset or you'll get manipulated by their crying and fake sob stories. Now, if this were someone who was innocent, watching
I don't like watching them suffer. I just like consequences. That's what I have to say. I like the finding out stage of the fuck around, find out ideology.
video like this would genuinely be traumatizing.
It's not her suffering that I enjoy in a vacuum. Absolutely not. Seeing a woman suffer is heartbreaking. Unless it's due to the consequences of her actions, and all of a sudden I fucking love it.
For example, watching Irina Zarutska get stabbed, it caused me mental health issues for weeks. But when it's someone finding out after some shit they started, I don't lose sleep at all. Weird how that works.
Right. Bro, you cannot.
Jeez, I gotta show the free ring clip again.
Demons use words.
This is my favorite clip in all of anime.
Trick humans. You can't trust a thing they say.
Trust the thing they say.
They're monsters who learn to speak. Monsters who found they could lure in humans by crying, "Help me."
I'm tired of these people playing victims to make us feel sorry for them as a way of getting out of drama that they cause. I have seen so many bad people play this game that the minute I see it, I instantly start hating the person.
Please help me, I'm sorry, I did nothing wrong. Please, I'm just a good person, please.
Notice if she doesn't get help, you're gonna burn, you're gonna die.
It's just me. Have fun. And good luck. I wish you all the best.
Oh, so she's literally a demon. Or she's one of those women who thinks she's like a witch or something who can cast spells. A lot of prostitutes are into that
Did
witch.
you know that the #1 growing religion in the United States of America among young women is women converting to witchcraft? It's a real thing, by the way.
Crap shit. You know, they say the devil makes work for idle hands, and basically what's going on here is that this is like a directionless person who just kind of exists and has no life purpose. So her purpose becomes annoying as many people as possible. Social media is full of these types.
Prove to me you guys are not racist and let us two sit down. Yeah. Prove that you guys are not racist and let us two sit down. All right, come on. Let's do it. Prove it. Prove you're not racist. That's one. That's one. One more. One more. Oh my God, you guys are going viral. They're going to say you're so good. Look at, what's your name? Say your name. Say it. This is good.
They're like, yeah, we're not giving you our names, go away. For context, this took place in New York. I love the lack of social awareness here, where the guy doesn't get that
New York! New York is so good.
the only reason that they moved is because they don't want to get assaulted. Now, you might think that these surrounding people would help them if they were to get attacked, but not in New York. If they try to help, they'll get arrested, while the criminal will just walk free.
Probably.
Why would anyone want to live in NYC?
True.
Speaking of the miscreants of society, let's check back in with our little spellcaster. She's really been creating a ruckus in that cop car by kicking the door a bunch of times, so reminding everyone that she said she didn't want to be treated like a dog, the police have decided to transfer her into the human equivalent of a kennel van.
Listen, no more fighting, all right? Or you're going to have more charges and you're going to stay in jail longer. Let's go.
If we don't like
No
you.
more fighting. Let's go.
Sorry, that's over.
Come on. You'll get out. You'll get out today if you don't fight.
You're gonna get more charges if you
The
don't
faster you get there, the faster you'll get out. As soon as you get up, you're going to put him in the
Bro,
car.
hold on 1 second ago. You will burn. You will rue the day. You will rue the day that you put me in prison.
We're going to take those off and put them in the front, all right?
Oh, they're putting her in the kettle van!
So it looks like she damaged that door. I hope they charge her for that instead of having my tax dollars go to replacing that panel.
Hang on, hang on. No, you got to put them in the front or we're going to put them in the back. Where do you want them? Oh, stop. It's not tight. It's not tight. All right, hang on. All right, hang on.
The way it sits from the river to the sea, Palestine will be... There's no way. There's no way that's her tattoo, right? Okay, show me the sea. All right, never mind. I got so scared for a second. Retard, Emma.
Come on, get up in here, all right? Come on. Sit right in the corner. All the way over.
Alright, scoot in. Okay, you're ready
Into the kennel van you go. That's right.
You can see the cops were
Put her in the
Whoa.
looking at her. Looks like I'm not the only one who enjoys the reactions that people have when they find out. So that's pretty much it. It says here that she spent 5 days in jail. Not long enough, in my opinion. Give her like 2 weeks. She also got a nearly $500 fine. Make it more. Well, never mind. The jail time's enough. Her mom's just going to pay that fine for her. How do you think she turned out that way? But I cannot stress this enough. Our punishments are way too light in this country. We need to be tougher on criminals and tougher on people who create problems for either no reason or out of extreme selfishness. And also, we should be very outspoken against behavior like this.
Like, I don't understand. Like, if you're struggling, why don't you go to, like, a cheap buffet? And you just go to the buffet and you have, like, all you can eat stuff. And then just, like, save the food when people aren't looking.
Steal the food, is what she's saying. She's saying, why don't you just go and steal shit?
Go to buffets and spend
Man, don't you love podcasters?
minimum amount and get all the food and just wait until no one's looking at you and like bring Tupperware.
Man, I'm so glad that we have people that don't believe in thou shalt not steal in our country. Aren't you? Aren't you happy that we've done this to ourselves?
And put it there. Okay?
Hey, everybody.
I love how everything is like, you need God to tell you things to be moral, and then they literally advocate for like sins. Like, no, the Ten Commandments. Right?
Life hack, just steal. Gee, I don't think any poor person's ever thought of that one before. I guess buffets are going to have to close now because of changes in consumer habits. But with all this in mind, maybe some Stoic philosophy is relevant because people love to use their economic situation or social standing as an excuse for their shitty behavior. However, as far back as 2,000 years ago, some people realized that whether you're rich or poor, all people suffer, all people can have discipline or be degenerate, and all people are capable of good behavior or bad behavior. This assumption that being poor means you're moral and being rich means you're immoral is stupid. There are rich
No Marxism, and it quite literally being groomed into the minds of people in every school system in America.
people who do good things, and there are poor people who do bad things, and all of us can fall into the same vices no matter what our wealth or social standing is. So the measure of a person should not be how much money they have or how popular they are. The measure of a person should be their virtue, because everybody can practice good virtue. Everybody can do the right thing. And the measure of a good society is about how many virtuous people are in it, which is why we need to keep all the wrongdoers in line or quarantine them to a mental hospital or an island. Outside of that, if you want to find yourself in a happy place with people who like you, there's nothing more valuable than a person who's honest, a person who doesn't have like 10 different vices, and a person who will do what they can to help others if they need it. And the way you achieve this, whether you are rich or poor, is to get your self-esteem from your good deeds and your discipline, instead of getting it from the things that you can buy. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on Twitter.
That was a nice moral at the end there. I find it really interesting, just like as a general rule of thumb, that people who have been inspired by biblical systems or biblical philosophy or part of a culture that's founded on biblical ethics just happen to be better people in general. The people that reject that just turn out to be complete immoral shitbags, just like almost all of the time. It's really funny when you start to notice these things. It's kind of wild that this book, written 3,000 years ago, kind of solves all of these issues. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. It's almost like it was divinely inspired or something. But as a rule of thumb, that's why I think most of these people are just degenerates in general. Like most of these people that go out there and they preach all their shit and their values and whatever, and it comes from whatever the fuck you want. Oh, if you're poor, why don't you just steal? Life hack! Yeah, that's actually immoral because stealing is a sin inherently. Not just because it causes harm to other people, but it is inherently evil. And these people do not believe in inherent good and evil, and therefore I can never ever trust them to actually just not be evil. But hey, that's just my opinion. You're free to disagree. You just be wrong. That's okay. You be one of them if you disagree. That's fine. That's totally cool, actually. No, I love living in a society where people can have opinions that are wrong. Thanks for watching. Definitely subscribe.
Jack goes nuts after getting suspended. All right, let's watch them. They aren't too long. Yeah, sure.
An officer responds to a high school for a 14-year-old student who allegedly assaulted her own teacher.
Why would she do that? Peachy Keen, it's Friday. And the police are here to remove somebody. I've been better. Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Principal, okay.
So how's your day going?
Well, let's see. I'm starting off here.
Yeah?
He didn't even write the statement. He said that was the camera. I'll be honest with you. That's what he said.
No, you're not hurt? No injuries?
Yeah, I'm just bleeding. I just took the tissue out just now.
Okay, let's bleed.
So right here is Mark.
Where are you?
He's standing right here. This is the best angle we have. Anaya,
Uh-huh.
who ends up punching, that's the top of her head right there in the red. And you're going to see his head move back right there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, now let me show you the other incident.
So this crashed out twice?
This is
Damn.
What's her malfunction today?
Crash event? I checked. It's not going to be on board.
This is how she responded to it.
They put her in ISS in-school.
In-school suspension. Right now, I think she's in a classroom. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
She's in a class. She's actually in class.
Yeah.
Well, what do you
Classroom
want me to
cameras are a
prosecute?
godsend? Yeah.
Well, what triggered her to hit you?
I wish I could tell you.
No
I
idea.
wish I could tell you.
All the students.
Were all those students going into?
No, those students were going back. And I was just thinking that.
I wish I could tell you.
She just
I mean, I didn't see it coming. But literally, you know when somebody's attacking, you don't see it coming. And I'm just standing there saying, okay, go through Kyle. The guy, Kyle, is behind me. She connected with him as well.
Yeah.
She hit me because I guess I just take my glasses off. I didn't see it coming.
Her parents certified?
I did speak to the mother.
What she said? That said it's your fault.
It's just, bro, it is generational. It is, these people, it's generational with them. The parents are, see, this is the thing, is like, nobody wants to say this, but I think a lot of this, like, stupid parents have stupid kids.
Oh, yeah, his mother said her phone would be on whatever happened. So, we're going to call her. So what she did was, she assaulted Sad. Explained the process to her mother as well. That I didn't give her ISS, but I read the list of the teachers that gave her ISS.
So he didn't even do it.
My responsibility is to have ISS.
Happy out. Now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Jesus.
Yep. Thanks,
How
sir.
annoying.
You guys got better things to do.
First thing in the morning, 8:15. Look at that, 8:51 in the morning, and you're already dealing with some crashing out kid.
Well, Officer finishes his paperwork. He re-enters the high school, ready to transport the 14-year-old to a juvenile facility.
Alright.
That's a big one.
You ready?
Yeah, let me find out where she is. Come on. See if I can find her on the camera.
Yep.
So she doesn't know?
I haven't said anything.
So then you would tell, that's smart.
Downloading video. She is down in this flat screen. I can take it.
I didn't know they have cameras in every class.
Is there anything else you need?
If you want to send the video to my email, would it be easier if I didn't, if she doesn't want to do this in front of students? Or,
Yeah, I can have somebody
Just go bring her out
to the lobby like that.
They're nicer than I am. If it was me, I would be like, we're going to go into the class, we're going to handcuff you in front of everybody else, we're going to drag you out kicking and screaming, and then we're going to publish the video on the internet, we're going to send it to the news. That'd be me, okay? So, they're very nice.
talk to her before I come in to kind of, so she's not slain with this.
Sure.
That makes sense.
I'll just go ahead and go over and do it.
I'll be right back. I'll stand out here.
Student is now sent out of class down the hallway so the officer can make contact with her.
So you told her everything?
Uh-huh. Imagine being cooked at only 14 years old. Like, these are the ones that, like, it's, like, I feel like if you act like this, we should just put you in an institution. We should. Like, everybody knows that you're never going to get better. Everybody knows you're not going to stop doing this. Like, just put you in an institution, medicate the shit out of you, hopefully give you do, like, some sort of, like, menial task to make money off of you, and that's the end of your life. That's it. And if you ever somehow, by some miracle, become normal later on, then maybe you can evaluate whether you can leave or not. Like, that'd be it. Immediately? Yeah, I mean, obviously. You think it's the parents' fault? No, it's these people, they act that way because they're stupid. Move.
Do you want to comply?
Oh, he's already got the taser out.
Go to jail and you can come back out. Turn around.
I'm not going to jail if I ain't do nothing.
I didn't do anything. Uh-huh. Because the parents 100%.
Excuse me?
If you're punching people and hitting people at 14 years old, that's your fault. Like, acting this way, every 14-year-old knows that you're not supposed to act this way. You, like, because, again, your parents don't exclusively raise you. She's in the school system. She behaves this way. Like, there's no, like, I don't care. Like, if they were 9, I would be like, yeah, I get it, right? But 14? What are you talking about? This is a choice. Just a low-level mob to start off the day.
Why you acting? Okay, well, that's fine.
Just low-level mob farming to start off the beginning of the day. Yep. He's trying to be nice. 14 years old, you're on the ground getting arrested in either middle school or high. Dude, this has happened to you that early. Oh my god. Would you advocate for police brutality? In this case, I would advocate for police brutality in all of these cases. Okay? I'm sorry.
Do anything! You can't let them do it! I didn't do anything!
Bruce weak as fuck now. She's crying.
I didn't score. I didn't even punch him.
Uh-huh.
I knocked his glasses
I didn't-
off his face.
I knocked his glasses. I didn't hit him in the face. I knocked his glasses off his face.
I'm not handling him. Mississippi Road.
Oh my god.
Mississippi Road.
Of course. Oh my god.
Mississippi Road.
Survived my body cam crash during the altercation.
Uh-huh.
I didn't do anything.
Man.
I don't know what you're asking for. I know you don't. That's why you're in here.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I know you. That's why you're in here. 9:30 in the morning, bro. Like, really? I'm still asleep at this point.
Due to the student being 14 years old, the officer's supervisors are called to the scene to discuss the use of force.
So I started walking and running her mouth, and so I just went straight for my taser and just deployed it. I didn't deploy it, but I mean, I pulled it out and turned it on.
We gotta get rid of this pussy shit. We do. We gotta get rid of all these, like, extra levels of, like, accountability and, like, oh my god, you can't do this. We gotta just get rid of it. Why, if this kid is acting out, zap the shit out of him. Shot collar. Get it done. Shut up, bitch.
I ain't scared.
That's it.
Alright, so I just put it back and just hands on.
Yeah.
Where's she at?
Right here.
How's she acting right now?
She's not banging her head against the wall or anything, so
Good. How's your camera break?
not right behind
I love how, like, dude, being a police officer, she's not banging her head against the wall. It's like, oh, well, that's pretty good.
It ripped off. Yeah. You guys land on it?
Yeah, I did. So it's not working? It's working. It says ready.
That's a
Right
14.
now.
No, so it's a 43.
She's sitting there, you know.
She's not saying she's hurt or
So
anything.
she'll be in jail in 2
I
years
think
from now.
they've got to talk to her just to make sure she's not
Yeah.
injured or...
Yeah, she got two more years left until she's totally in jail.
She didn't do anything.
Oh wait, sorry, 1 year
She
left.
didn't swing at you or nothing?
You okay?
Yeah.
Alright. What's up now? For her.
Basically, so I went in and got all the statements I needed for the assault. She was still in the classroom. I came back out, finished my paperwork. I went back in and said, hey, why don't you go get her and tell her first before I just show up at the classroom so she's at least aware or something.
Right.
And he brings her down.
Some guy in chat goes, she's a human? Well, then why is she acting like an animal? If she's a human, then why isn't she acting like it? I mean, obviously that's not true. Right? What are you thinking?
She's just pacing the hallway, and from there, she, now I'm going back to the classroom, and I'm like rolling, and all this fun stuff, and I waited a few minutes, and then eventually I called her, because she couldn't go anywhere. She just started running her mouth, and I pulled my taser out, turned it on, He's like, I ain't afraid of that taser. You hit me all you want. I ain't afraid of it. I just put it back and just put hands
The
on.
helmet is right.
Gain compliance.
It is.
And I had help from Dave. We pinned her against the wall and I put her to the ground.
What's her name?
Anita or Mr. I just call her Mr.
That's who she is?
Anita?
All right, I'm going to ask her if she's injured and go from there. She right here?
Yeah.
I'm just going to put the window down. Mr. I'm Corporal Forzell. Are you hurt in any way, ma'am? I got to just make sure you're not hurt. Are you hurt in any way? Do you need an ambulance for any reason?
What's going catatonic?
Ma'am, do you need an ambulance for any reason? Are you hurt?
I guess not.
Are you okay? Other than the fact you're in handcuffs, are you injured? No? Do you need something we can help you out with medically right now? Okay, so you're okay? Okay. Thank you, Mr.
See, isn't it crazy how, like, as soon as you get put in the back of the van, they stop screaming and crying? And they're quiet? See that? Kids don't develop consequential thinking till later in their youth, so I disagree. This is where your takes are a bit too much. Really? Well, then why aren't everybody else in the classroom? Why not? But think about it. Think about it for 3 seconds.
She says she's not hurt. Well, she shook her head yes and no.
You just gonna tack on a resisting then?
That's it. Resisting and assault.
Okay.
Oh, Shadow the Hedgehog. That's good. That's great.
How are you? Doing well.
The blue headphone.
Is it still affecting you now? Are you on any prescription medications?
Should be.
No.
Uh-huh. Man. Reed defended Rakai, saying he's young and dumb, and Speed. You're making a you're making this is guys. Is this a gotcha? Should I answer the question but ban him? What do you think? Yes. Do you want this? Do you want me to answer the question that will cost you your account? Because I think that you can logically deduce what the difference is, but like if you're not able to, it will cost you your account for the answer. Come on, man, scroll up and not a bad guy. Well then, so do you know what the difference is then? Because like you obviously, well then why would you ask that question? Isn't it obvious what the difference is? Like you really think this is the same thing as Rakai? Seven timeouts though? Is the retard gotcha question ban him? We'll give him a minute. I mean, we don't have a single. I mean, you really not know what the difference is? Like, it's just a very simple question. Like, I don't know how's this complicated. I replied. I don't know why it's not showing up. I don't know why either. I don't know how big. He's one line away from it. Let me see what he said besides this. If she's that kind of intelligent, it's a good thing she's learning accountability. Steroids. Let me see what he says. No, man, I made a mistake. Immediately said sorry. I'll let him have one more response. Show him mercy. All right, I guess we're gonna be nice this time. We're not gonna ban him. So here's what the difference is. Was it literally curious your take on it? Because Rakai and Speed didn't punch somebody in the fucking face and actively resist arrest and yell at police officers and try to run away from police officers and hit people and become violent. Whenever you become unruly and you're annoying, then yeah, obviously that's bad, right? But don't you think that, like, what do you think is the difference between stealing a plant that's worth $3 from Walmart as a prank with no malicious intent other than just being an idiot? What do you think the difference is between that and literally punching somebody in the face? Like, don't you think that that's like two separate things? I don't really think that one through. Yeah, I mean, fucking obviously.
Holy fuck.
Obviously, like, of course. You think about this shit, guys. Damn.
It's good for this one. Appreciate it.
The suspect, 14-year-old Anaya, was charged with assault and resisting arrest. She is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
In most states, this doesn't just get brushed off. You're looking at charges like assault, resisting, possible time in juvenile detention, probation, and court-ordered programs. But once this crosses into the legal system, even as a juvenile, it changes everything. And now there's a record that can follow her into adulthood depending on how it's handled. And once a juvenile enters the system, it can normalize the process. And I can tell you, I've been in juvenile court numerous times for the same person. All right, I'm going to say something that might hit a little close for some people. A lot of parents rush to defend their child before they even understand what actually happened. And that right there, that's where this kind of behavior starts to grow. Because in my opinion, this didn't seem like it was a bad moment. This appeared as if it was just another day. This is a lack of structure, inconsistent accountability, and when real authority showed up, there was no breaks. Look at her response, verbal escalation, even inviting force. That's not confidence. That's someone who never really had consequences in a way that sticks. Fear starts to drop, and that line between I shouldn't and I'll just deal with the consequences gets thinner and thinner. So I gotta ask the parents, are you building discipline at home, or are you leaving it for the cops to figure out, and by then, it might be too late.
Fucking based. Insanely fucking based. Oh my god. Yes, exactly. And guaranteed, as older brothers acting the same. Yeah, he's completely right about this. Like, I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. Let me link you guys the video. That was good. Where's my exact comment? Yeah, there it is. W video commentary at the end. Exactly. Can we do another one? Look and see if there's anything else I was going to look at today. I don't want to get too far into other shit, but we'll see what happens. And she was crying out for help because she was being spawn camped by her parents. Right? She feel like this would be the opportunity to grow up with better values and go to military school. Yeah, I mean, obviously you shouldn't ruin your life over one thing like this. But, like, again, I think that really the way that they handle it is, like, just being aggressive with those people. Like, obviously, I don't think you should go to jail forever for that, right? But, like, if you act that way, you need to get institutionalized until you don't act that way. Because at the end of the day, like, we always think about, like, what's in the best interest of somebody like her, but you never think about what's in the best interest of everybody else that's affected by her. So, like, whenever she does something that's bad or that negatively affects or hurts other people, then there's not really there's not really any consideration for, like, the person that got punched in the face. There's not any consideration for the person that, you know, gets hurt or something like that. So I think really that's the difference. And I feel like that really, like, watch the second one from the top. This one here, I mean, I probably will. Look, I don't know if we're ready to watch two of them. I tried to do one a day, okay? I'm going to try to do one a day. The next one that gets the most updooterinos, I will look at it then, okay? How about that? Does that seem fair? Does that seem okay with you guys? What do y'all think? Like, spot on. Yeah. No, it's really, like, another one, please.
Damn it.
Too short? Guys, relax. I say I do one a day, that's it. I don't know if I will maybe, I don't know if I want to look at the whole thing about this or not. I mean, I probably maybe look at, this seems like it's a little bit too long, bunch of Twitter shit. It seems like I don't really give that much of a fuck about it. Play Resident Evil 4. I did say I would play some more than I did. I will probably get into a little bit of that and play some more. No more. I mean, we had a lot of shit going on today, right? We did. I promise you guys. I said I would do it.
I'm not good. I'm actually not gonna talk to either one of you. I'm just gonna leave.
You actually don't have a choice. We will be having a conversation.
Okay, well I'm gonna show you my receipt.
But I don't need to see your receipt.
Okay, well I want a refund for my money because they returned my thing.
What is the problem?
So she was stalking on the golf course. Then we got a call at about 12 about her out there just on the course, going through guys' games, being belligerent.
She's crashing out and she's drunk at noon on the golf course? Damn, bitch. Damn, bitch. Oh my.
About it. Because clearly you don't want to be here, I'm okay with that.
Honey.
No.
Do you think I would be here if I don't want to be here?
I don't know you. I don't even know why you're here. So that's where we are.
Expecting.
As I told you guys, it's the moment that I hear somebody making the comment about respect, this is somebody that probably needs to be institutionalized. It's like one of the triggers that, like, it's like a, like monkey brain,
I'm going to show you.
You gotta appear dominant.
I just want to know if you're a member. They're trying to figure out if you're a member or not.
Okay, well, that's the thing. So
Are you or not?
Like, I'm about to call my mother and father, and, like,
You're gonna call your mom? You're, like, 40.
You're both there. Everybody's disrespecting of me, and like that's the thing.
Okay, well, right now I'm gonna ask you for your identification.
That's fine, but you know what? I'm gonna show you. I want a refund for my.
Go ahead and show me your ID, man.
You know what? You can go off. You can.
You know what? Okay.
No, you know what?
Stop resisting.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
No, I'm sorry. Now you're sorry. I bet you are. I bet you are. Yeah, see?
Do not fight. Ma'am, listen, do not fight. Stop fighting.
I'm not fighting.
Do not resist, okay?
Right now she's sorry. Yeah.
You're resisting. Stop. Ma'am, listen, you were resisting arrest. Stop.
Okay, can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? Stop.
Got it. There it is. Got one. Okay. Is this fine with you guys? Yeah. Oh, now you're on the ground. Oh, man. You gonna start crying?
My fingers are moving. Got it.
Man. Is it funny? Yes. Yes! Yes, it's funny! What do you mean? Of course it's funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you alright? Oh, absolutely. I'm fine.
So, what could have been a simple conversation just turned into you being handcuffed.
Man.
Stand up.
Yeah. You want to open the door?
Jesus. Jesus.
Okay.
Throw her in there.
Put your foot down, stop kicking me. Put your foot down and stop kicking me.
Alright.
Oh, dude.
Relax. Have a seat in there.
Now you're going in the box.
Have a seat back. Ma'am, listen, back up in there.
They're gonna have to pull it back.
Go backwards. Go backwards. Keep pulling back.
Wait, what? He snuck up on her. Got him.
God. Oh, man.
It went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah.
You have your trust out these properties? After this?
So they can shut up.
Uh-huh.
Well, you did. I just stayed to watch it, man. She was on the course. She was screwed up. Can I get your name real quick and everything? I'm Lieutenant Sumner. Oh, sweet. Okay. You're driving. Yeah.
Oh, man. It's the lieutenant. Oh, man. You fucked up big time. That's the lieutenant?
That's my...
Yeah?
Did you see when she was out there? We were on another hole, and she said, "You son of a bitch," to somebody else.
Yeah.
Then we left, went around, and then the other group that we were with was on the same green. Drove across the green. They were either putting, and she just drives across it by herself. And then she said she was coming back up here. And
It's just crazy.
I've seen her, and that was probably an hour and a half ago. Okay.
God damn. Oh, the loot.
Go ahead and issue a trespass.
It's like whenever you hit a treasure goblin.
Hey, Britt, you got me trespassing in this book, okay?
I don't care.
Okay. Do you have ID?
Yeah. Damn.
I promise I'm a good Brittany. I know. I'm a good one. I'm a good one.
Yeah.
Brittany with the I or Brittany with the Y? Brittany with the Y.
Oh, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I didn't want them. Okay. Now that.
Who are you talking to? Man.
She is trespassed. She comes back on the property, call us, and she'll go to jail, okay?
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. All right.
Uh-oh.
Are you arresting me? Are
She's
you
ignoring her.
Yes, ma'am. You are under arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Because you're going to have several...
Because you're fucking annoying. Get the fuck out of here, stupid drunk bitch to the golf course. You shouldn't have done that. Stupid. That's why.
Well, I don't know. We told you you're under arrest, and you decided to take that.
Yeah, we don't know why you're under arrest. You're just under arrest. That's why. How about that?
That's not true.
Okay. Okay.
I think he got the girl confused. Why does somebody have my property?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you know what? I need my property.
You'll get it when you get to the jail.
So, nobody even told me what I was being arrested for.
You're being arrested for probably one misdemeanor and one felony.
She didn't have shit to say about that. Oh.
I'm gonna jump out of the car, and then I'm gonna get another felony. Huh?
Door's locked. You're not getting out of the vehicle.
The door's locked. Yeah.
Okay.
If you try and get out of the vehicle, I'll charge you with escape, too.
You gonna charge me with what?
Escape.
Oh, well, is that why somebody wanted to make sure they got my property?
What?
Oh, can we all go to my parents' house? I would love to. We cannot leave. Can we please go to my parents' house? Because it's right here.
Oh my God.
Can we please, like, I don't want, like, can we please, like, can we please, like, oh, thank you so much.
Hey, listen up real quick, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or any statements. Do you understand each of these rights that I've just read to you? That I've explained to you? Do you understand? Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me?
Can you tell me what that means?
What is she, fucking retarded?
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
What's up? No, I would like to.
Move your foot back.
I would like
Move
to
your
talk.
foot
I
back.
would like to talk to my family.
Man, move your foot back.
I go to jail. Like,
Okay. Move your face. I don't want to. You already got mulch in it. Move. All right.
I don't want to go to jail. Okay.
Okay.
Is there like a, are you gonna arrest me? Can you just tell me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you call my parents?
No, you can call him at the jail.
Dude, this guy does not give a fuck. Oh my god. He's like, yeah.
Are we gonna go?
No, you're gonna be going in a van.
What do you mean?
It's a conveyance van. What do you mean? What I mean?
Well, or can we just not go?
What? Can we just not go? Can we just not go to jail? Can we just not go to jail?
Can we just not go?
No.
Can I just use some money and we can not go? Because that's what your friend said.
You're gonna give me money?
That's what your friend said.
No.
That's what your friend said.
You're about to rack up another charge for bribing a law enforcement officer.
Oh my god! I wish they were all like this, by the way.
I didn't say that. Your friend said that. I saw him do the money sign. I would never do that.
The money sign? So stupid.
Alright, come on.
Oh, you arrested?
The quicker you get out of there, the quicker you're gonna get home. I can't take you home.
How do I get home? Are my parents gonna come here?
Yeah, your parents are gonna come here.
Oh.
You got her. Okay.
I will probably wherever you want.
Not sorry enough.
No.
Oh, you're going into animal kennel. Oh, yes. This is for, yeah, these are for like horses, like a moose, like a wolf, right? Like, yeah, you're going into kennel. That's great. The big box. The paddy wagon, yep.
Fine. No.
There you go. Oh, wow. Oh, that's good. They got air holes on it. You're going in the special box. You're in the special box. Oh my god.
Who the f are you guys? Hey. Brittany, don't even start. Well, I need some ID.
Brittany, stop.
Well, can I see some ID?
Just, hey, listen, don't get another charge. Okay, just relax.
Can I have one?
Just relax.
Well, can I have my stuff?
Brittany, yes, we have your stuff. We're gonna give it to you.
Hey. Well, where's the other 50?
Brittany, stop. Listen, stop. Stop it. Stop it.
Can I stop it? Excuse you. Can you take me to my house? It's the first time I want to have me stop it. I'm gonna punch you and kill you.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's
Well, now you're not a threat. How about that?
Excuse you?
I love how they're just treating her like a annoying animal. Like they're not putting up with this even slightly. Just like some annoying belligerent animal. Love to see it. I know it's beautiful.
I want my stuff.
Okay, we're gonna get to you.
Okay, so, but you know what? I think you have me confused with somebody else. Can I talk to him? Can I talk to this guy? Can I talk to this man? Excuse me, sir. I want to talk to this man right here.
Okay.
I want to talk to this man. No, I'm not going in there.
I'm not going in there. How many times has somebody said, I'm not going in there, and then they end up not going in there? Every single time, they're always going in the box. Like, it's going to happen.
Brittany, listen, he'll talk to you once you get in there.
There's two people. I want to talk to
Go in there.
Go in the box.
No, go in there.
Go in the box.
No, there's no conversation.
Get in the box.
Where's my...
All your stuff is going with you to the jail.
Okay, but that lady was, this is the confusion.
Brittany.
You know what?
Stop, Brittany.
You know what? Like,
Oh, they're doing her legs, too. Oh, my God. This dude is already...
you know what? Why is he, you know what?
Okay, he'll talk to you once you go up in there.
Well, you don't need. You already got 9 minutes.
Go in there, Brittany.
I'm surprised they got her in there. Slam. Shouldn't have fucked around. Should not have fucked around. Drugs or Brad? Okay, yeah, I guess so, right? Like, I don't understand how. Like, I don't understand how these people can do this and not have any self-awareness that they're just fucking up their own life. Like, you're going around doing it. And my favorite part is how fast it was.
I'm gonna show you. I want a refund for my.
Go ahead and show me your ID, man.
You know what?
I'm not.
You can go off.
I'm not.
You can.
No, you're done. You're done.
Ah, shit.
All right. Yep.
Stop. No.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're in a
No, it's too late for apology.
It's too late to apologize. Classic. Literally asking for a refund, Pete Karen. I know. Even after she was annoying, she don't remember she's blackout drunk. That's okay. It's fine. And isn't that a song? Yep, it's a great song. I was in high school when that came out. And yep, there you go. Why does she rank from the Karen to Hag scale? So she's still a Karen, but probably just looking at her and considering that she's a heavy drinker, she will evolve into a swamp hag within 5 to 10 years. I think that there's no world where in 15 years from now she's not a swamp hag. Like this is a very, very soon to be swamp hag, right? It is. It's a late stage Karen. Yes, exactly. This is like a Karen at full maturity that hasn't quite evolved into the swamp hag, right? She doesn't die from liver failure. Most people, I mean, she's skinny. It should be fine. I mean, dude, I love this. It is so fucking funny.
I'm gonna show you.
I just want to know if you're a member. They're trying to figure out if you're a member or not.
Okay, well that's the thing.
They're
so
trying
they
to be
don't like. I'm about to call my mother and father, and like you're both there. Everybody's disrespecting the of me, and like that's the thing.
Okay, well right now I'm gonna ask you for your identification.
That's
okay?
fine, but you know what? I'm gonna show you. I want a refund for my.
Go ahead and show me your ID, man.
You know what?
I'm not
you can go off.
I'm not.
You
No,
can.
no, you're done. You're done.
You could see, by the way, right whenever this happened, the black lady, the other police officer.
I'm not. No.
See, he was being normal. He was like, okay, yeah, right.
The Hill Rising recently decided to do a segment where they react to comments from Jasmine Crockett, where she talks about how it's not really a big deal what Carmelo Anthony did to Austin Metcalf. By the way, that's murdering him via stabbing him in the heart, because Jasmine Crockett's like, well, he feared for his life, and our racist society never treats black fear as a legitimate option. And in addition to that, I don't know if you guys know that, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the knife that he used to stab Austin Metcalf in the heart was a small knife, therefore Austin Metcalf should be fully recovered and with his family right now. Again, I don't know exactly what the point was that Jasmine Crockett was trying to make, because I don't speak absolute idiot, but of course the dynamic on the Hill Rising is always the same. You have Robbie Suave, who is actually the sensible person in almost every conversation, and opposed to him is a goofy-ass leftist. In this particular case, it's this woman, Lindsay, and throughout the whole course of this video, even though she's not going as hard in support of Jasmine Crockett as you would expect from her, the fact is she's still trying to muddy the waters, introducing fake facts that were refuted at trial in order to make the case that maybe, just maybe, this could be a self-defense, even though, again, it's absolutely not. Robbie has the facts, and I wish Robbie was a bit stronger on this. And by the way, for those of you who like to comment that nobody's watching The Hill Rising except for me, because my reaction videos to their videos often get 2 to 5 to 10 times the amount of views as the original, I just want you guys to all know that I'm actually not the only one watching it. My friend Clinton is, and in fact, he sends me all these stories, and but for him, I would never know about this. So yeah, it's definitely that guy's fault. Everybody leave mean comments for Clinton in the comment section of this video, even though you don't know who that is. But before we get into any of that, I want to thank everybody who's been supporting Reckless Ben's legal fund over on the gift and go.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Jasmine Crockett is at it again. You may have seen initial comments she made about the verdict, murder, in the Carmelo Anthony case. And yesterday, she outdid herself, telling TMZ she thought the outcome was unjust and mitigating the responsibility of Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed Austin Metcalf to death. These comments are truly outrageous.
Now listen. Everything that I understand.
So first of all, whenever you start off with from everything that I understand, and it's Jasmine Crockett, I need you guys all to understand that that is absolutely nothing. Jasmine Crockett.
Ended up stabbing, puncturing. I don't know what this tool was that they talk about. Knife, or some refer to it as a tool.
It was a knife. Let's just pause there. I think the tool in question was a knife that Carmelo Anthony actually used to stab Austin Metcalf in tragedy in Frisco, Texas. The races of the murderer and the victim are not at all relevant, and I would not bring them up even, except that it's relevant to what Crockett is claiming here. So right now, Robbie's trying to do my job. He's trying to do my thing, where he pauses a stupid portion of the video and states the obvious. And yeah, in this particular case, it is obvious that the victim was about a knife. And again, this is all part of the genuine misinformation campaign that these people are putting forward in order to remove responsibility from Carmelo Anthony, shift the responsibility to Austin Metcalf, blame him for his own murder, and of course blame evil white racism for the fact that Carmelo Anthony wasn't acquitted, even though again, Carmelo Anthony doesn't have a self-defense claim. Like, it's not that he doesn't have a good one, he doesn't have one at all. Like, it's just that again, this is sad. These people are so stupid. They're so ignorant on how self-defense versus murder works. They don't know that the extreme misinformation that has been promoted around murder and the particular time that this Austin Metcalf was totally innocent until proven guilty. That was previously Mr. Metcalf was charged with Carmelo Anthony having committed a crime. And I'm repeating this, and this is absolutely false. Well, the reason people thought that that would be a good justification for Carmelo Anthony having the knife was they were like, oh, well, he knew Metcalf was a threat because Metcalf had been previously threatening him. But the thing is, Carmelo Anthony approached their tent. Carmelo Anthony reached into his bag and grabbed a knife. He said, touch me and see what happens. So that obviously is Carmelo Anthony in their own scenario having a greater motivation to bait Austin Metcalf into the encounter so that he can stab him. So again, they've been wrong from the jump. But here comes Jasmine Crockett.
He ended up hitting Austin one time, and it was about where he hit him. One time, 2 inches. This wasn't someone who said, hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times. And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this? 35 years?
The question of how bad was this is answered not by counting the quantity or duration of the stabbing, maybe even the intent, but the effect of the stabbing. And the effect was that Anthony killed Metcalf. Now again, another stupid, ridiculous argument from Jasmine Crockett is that it's just one stab. He only stabbed Austin Metcalf one time during the course of this encounter. So how bad was it? I mean, again, you had a range of 5 to 99 years. By the way, the only reason you had that range for a murder conviction was due to the fact that Carmelo Anthony was underage at the time that he committed the crime. Normally, you would not have that wide of a range, but is it really that bad? Is it really 35 years bad? And again, I will just point out that 35
jury in order to make this decision. And by the way, this is the supposedly all-white, even though they weren't all-white, evil white racist jury that Carmelo Anthony's defense team actually opted to have them do the sentencing rather than the judge in this particular case. And yeah, they gave him 35 years, but he can be out on parole as early as 17 years from now. And considering Austin Metcalf will never actually see his family members again, he was killed, it is pretty bad. It is pretty awful. And again, all of the conspiracy theories in support of Carmelo Anthony went down in flames at trial, and Carmelo Anthony was so unconfident in his own defense, and his defense team was so unconfident that Carmelo did not testify in his own defense. So all these people that are saying believe Carmelo, remember that Carmelo's never actually shared his side publicly, and the reason for that is because he has no argument. He would have got written apart in cross-examination. The prosecutors were likely foaming at the mouth at the opportunity to examine this guy's actual story if he would have put it forward, but he did not do that. And again, Robbie essentially echoes the points that I just made right here. I'm skipping over that because there's no reason for you to hear me agree with Robbie, but he did a wonderful job. Give him credit where credit is due. And this is where we get to Lindsay. And Lindsay, let's just say she's on the wrong side of this, which is not surprising because she's on the wrong side of almost all of these issues.
A lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but just like you can give the benefit of the doubt to so many police officers when they go out and they shoot some black unarmed person, even though they are trained, the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared, or the fact that honestly anybody else who did something with such a small object, all I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon because the blade was not long enough.
Jasmine, it is not about his state of mind or the length of the blade or anything like that. It's about the outcome. He killed an unarmed teenager for no reason. And Crockett has the audacity to say that the killer is not being shown any humanity? I mean, what about showing humanity to the victim?
Sorry, I actually forgot that Jasmine Crockett ended up throwing out police violence randomly in there as something to throw up against this. Again, throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. And also, I gotta make commentary on the fact that this TMZ DC video appears to be filtered in an unnatural way in order to make Crockett look more attractive. And I'm not saying anything about Crockett's attractiveness in other videos or anything of the sort. I'm just saying it's a weird thing to do when you're covering a politician, especially one that's lying directly to our faces into camera right there as Jasmine Crockett was, to apparently filter it in such a way that you have this soft, very flattering lighting. Again, you see other videos from inside the Capitol and they look like regular normal people. Some are attractive, some are unattractive, but it seems like TMZ DC went out of their way to punch up the look of Jasmine Crockett through filters, which honestly is kind of disrespectful to Jasmine Crockett because she's among the younger members of Congress. And yeah, this is like an old soap opera filter where they basically put Vaseline on the lens so the woman looks prettier on television.
Broke down how I felt yesterday about her comments yesterday that were lesser than this.
These are more.
I think she could, yes, I mean they were lesser yesterday. She can make a point about specifically.
Younger members of Congress is when people hating to apparently direct. It's a weird thing to do when you're covering a politician. Videos get DC attractive, and I'm not saying he filtered in an unnatural way in order to make Crockett look more attractive, and I'm not saying anything about Crockett's attractiveness in other videos or anything of the sort. I'm just saying it's a weird thing to do when you're covering a politician, especially one that's lying directly to our faces into camera right there as Jasmine Crockett was, to apparently filter it in such a way that you have this soft, very flattering lighting. Again, you see other videos from inside the Capitol, and they look like regular, normal people. Some are attractive, some are unattractive, but it seems like TMZ DC went out of their way to punch up the look of Jasmine Crockett through filters, which honestly is kind of disrespectful to Jasmine Crockett because she's among the younger members of Congress. And yeah, this is like an old soap opera filter where they basically put Vaseline on the lens so the woman looks prettier on television.
Broke down how I felt yesterday about her comments yesterday that were lesser than this.
These are more.
I think she could, yes, I mean they were lesser yesterday. She can make a point about specifically in that clip what she was.
These are the best glow-ups of all time. The last girl
Holy
is a 10
shit.
out of 10.
It's like she just learned how to do makeup, basically.
These are the best glow-ups of all time. The last girl is a 10 out of 10. I don't understand why gay people are against don't ask, don't tell. Gay people love secrets. Love them. Love secrets.
4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I just hope they have 4 huge horses. What about you, kid from Modern Family?
Mama life.
Speaker Pelosi.
What?
Did you just say mama like?
No, I said, Obama-like. I like Obama because he's Hawaiian.
I've got M&M's!
Judy, it's very clearly a bundle of pills you've drawn M's on.
I drew M's on them so I knew who they were for. This one's for me, and this one's for me. This one's for me, too!
Favorite article of clothing?
Long skirts.
Favorite greeting?
Hi.
I don't understand why gay people are against don't ask, don't tell. Gay people love secrets. Love them. Love secrets.
4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I just hope they have 4 huge horses. What about you, kid from Modern Family?
Mama life.
If you were looking for by far the most
This man was stabbed in his prison cell 25 times, and then the men that stabbed him picked him up, put him in bed, and put his blankets over him so it would look like he was asleep. Don't feel bad for him, though. He was in there because he's a baby killer. He literally killed his own stepdaughter. See, it turns out when you go to prison for murdering kids, you're not going to be very popular. Now, the prison says that it has video of these 2 suspects leaving the cell looking...
My wife has a fear of all men, except for me, because I'm fucking awesome, and I didn't poke her insides against her will.
I went down the beach and saw Kiki. She was all like, and I'm like, whatever. And later, this chick comes up to me and she's all like, can't you that dude? I'm like, yeah, whatever. So then I'm at the pool hall and this girl comes up and she's all like, oh, I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Oh my God, babe, look at these shoes.
How old would you be if your age was flipped? Like if you're 13, you're 31? How old would you be if your...
Right, these cars in the car?
Yeah. How old would you be if your age was flipped? Like if you're 13, you're 31? How old would you be if your age was flipped? Like if you're 13, you're 31? How old would you be if your age was flipped?
Right, these cars in the car?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, I was thinking, we could probably go a little sandwich at the beach.
I can have a little sandwich.
When I auditioned for the Urukai, they asked me if I had read the book. And I said, have you seen the book? It's about that thing, right? I said, hell no. They said, oh, well, you're going to be playing an Urukai. And I went, okay, what's that? They had no hypnosis of the characters to give me a little bit of they're big and they're grumpy. And I went, well, that's half the population. No real sense of the character until I was actually in that character. My makeup artist would leave me with a mirror. Probably cracked a few times. Yeah, and it just left me to play with the characters. And because I played 3 different characters, I had to do that to differentiate each character so they're not the same, with voices, with movement. Just a lot of practice to actually get into those characters.
3 roles, 1 actor, and endless practice.
It definitely wasn't the money, because coming from New Zealand, we're a very low budget film. I was born and bred there and I've done a lot of movies in New Zealand. They pay very badly.
I came down here and shot footage for my friend's Mexican version of Mario.
What do you mean Mexican Mario? What was the difference between regular Mario and Mexican Mario?
Well, he had a poncho. I came down here and shot
Being wine drunk, the absolute worst.
So if it's not enough to have your drink,
This was actually voiced in Toy Story.
If your mom likes chicken, then you might like chicken. He deserves a pinch. That's my nickel, and I think you know that.
But when the postman made the stamp on every...
Why did Japan order a mosque demolished days after its inauguration? Last month, a Pakistani community built a brand new mosque near Tokyo and invited their ambassador to visit. There was just one problem: 0 permits. They ignored a 2024 stop work order and built anyway. Japan's response: mandatory demolition. The Pakistani embassy told citizens to respect Japanese law, but online, Japanese netizens aren't buying it. They call it takiya, deliberate deception to build the mosque, then playing innocent after getting caught. Why did Japan order a mosque demolished days after its inauguration? Last month, a Pakistan...
Throwback to when Michael Reeves built this Roomba that screamed when it bumped into stuff.
Beer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... Style Boutique.
Dollar Tree for you. Yo, we gotta go check out Burrow. They got the deals, bruh.
Welcome to Target.
Brad.
Carmelo ended up stabbing, puncturing. I don't know what this tool was that they talk about, knife, or some refer to it as a tool.
Okay, let me give some insight since I actually own that exact multi-tool knife. It's a Walmart special, and the most important part is it has this big-ass blade that locks. It's a knife. It'll kill you.
that is the exact make and model of knife that was used in this heinous murder. It wasn't a cleat sharpener, it was a knife. I hope that clears things up.
Carmelo ended up stabbing, puncturing. I don't know what this tool was, about, knife, or some.
Okay, let me give some insight since I
Egg fried rice. Have you seen egg getting hacked? Using fork choy as spoon to spoon egg out? What the hell? What you need ruler for, Haya? Who eating 2 centimeters of egg?
2 centimeter of egg?
This not even egg fried rice anymore. This is some weird science project. Okay, all this ingredient good. Carrot, nice. And you get one with the oh, yin and yang simple. So much effort for so little reward. I still hungry after eating.
This is how a vinyl record is made, and honestly, at first glance, it almost looks like making candy or snacks.
So did you see the lady that actually proved the Mandela effect is a government experiment?
So she was able to prove this.
Yeah, so one of the most popular Mandela effects is the Fruit of the Loom Mandela effect, where everybody remembers there being a cornucopia on the logo of Fruit of the Loom clothing, but apparently there's not. And this lady was super convinced that there used to be a cornucopia on the logo, but Fruit of the Loom came out and said that they've never had a cornucopia, basically just calling this lady crazy. And Fruit of the Loom even has a post of all the past logos they had, all the way back to like 1893, and basically they're
trying to prove that they've never had a cornucopia on their logo. But then someone came out and they actually have photo proof of this, that they found a piece of clothing in their closet with the cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo. And then after this, people did more digging and they actually found newspaper articles talking about Fruit of the Loom and how there's a cornucopia around it.
Wait, so this is like the first Mandela effect to really be confirmed?
Yeah, then they literally found government documents of the Fruit of the Loom company mentioning a cornucopia, showing that the cornucopia has been a part of it. So did you see the lady that $1 from every human for
Hybrids Absolute Woo.
Hey, what's up?
Hybrids Absolute What I Miss.
Nothing. Just fucking around on YouTube because nobody was tuning in 4 minutes ago. All right.
I don't know. For me, it was like, wow. I like making fun of retards, and most of the retards are in politics. We have to start doing that. I mean, that was kind of the thought process, among other things, for sure. I mean, I have to say one of my biggest inspirations was Hassan Piker shocking his dog. That was huge for me personally. Like, I'm like, this guy, he's very well accepted in like the streamer world, you know,
Is it?
culture, and I'm like, you know what? I wanted
What
to
the? Okay, those are baby feet. All right. I thought those were her hands. I'm like, what is she wearing on her deformed hands? But they're not her hands. They're baby feet.
They got obliterated for it.
You did a great job, Nuke. I mean, J.D. Vance was like, oh, yeah, of course, you know, the dog shocking guy, right? Like,
it's amazing. Yeah.
I actually think. Okay, take it.
No, I think making the face of the left, like, you know, dog shocking, you know, womanizing, brothel enthusiast, terrorist supporter. That's like the face.
Hybrids Absolute. I swear I worked with some room temperature IQ Helen Keller S man.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Picks it up. Who is that nice to a cockroach? Who is that pathologically nice? And then leaves it outside, right? And Hassan shocking his dog. But I think...
Okay, I think you're taking the Asmongold thing, like loves cockroaches, supports like late-term abortion, right? That's Asmongold. You got a lot of interesting characters.
Late-term abortion?
Asmongold, he supports abortion a moment before birth.
Oh, really? I did not know that. We only changed our view on abortion significantly recently. We released a video on that.
Really?
People should watch because it's the craziest video ever. It starts with a gangbang where like people got together.
It starts with basically, you know about Ayla's birthday gangbang, right?
Who?
Oh my god. So Ayla, a very famous sex researcher, for her birthday one year in 2024, so a bit ago, I think, decided to have a gangbang for her birthday because that's how one celebrates in certain circles in the Bay Area with 42 men, and one of her friends who helped organize it met her now future husband and father child at this gangbang. She was a fluffer. But she had this really terrible...
You called her a sexual researcher?
She is.
Is that like a nice way to say more? Like, I'm trying to figure this out.
No, so she has probably...
Have you ever seen those data sets of kinks and what they correlate to and like how they cross-correlate? The trans community hates her because she always just says whatever she thinks is true. We're not promoting her lifestyle. But anyway, in between this party and her friends getting married, she had this horrible abortion experience that she wrote about that radicalized a lot of people like us because before I was like, well, up until they have neurons, I'm okay with it. And now I'm like, no, not even that.
Yeah, it's
so one thing I hear you guys discuss a lot, like your philosophy. I don't remember. You have like a name for it. Something about having like
techno-puritanism. It's our
techno-puritanism.
It's our crazy religion.
Okay. All right. Can you describe it in a few sentences, and then I'll let you know my. Like, if this is still part of the previous conversation.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll say it before we go on with this. One thread I want to pick up on what you said earlier, and then I'll get into this really quickly, is you were saying you liked making fun of retards on the internet. And I think in reality, this was what was the through line between these various communities. Very early days, you have the people who are now like right-wing influencers who back then were like atheist influencers or whatever, right? They just liked dunking on anyone they could see as stupid, and then they started to feel like the Christians aren't as fun to dunk on as the feminists, and then they started to be like, oh, the wokies are the most fun to dunk on, or the Tumblr people are, and it drove sort of this political change. But as for us in our theological beliefs, the quickest version version is we think that we have a biblically literalist reading of the Bible that is materialist and monist, meaning that we think that when the Bible says in the distant future humans are going to be raised again, that it's talking about like a super advanced entity in the distant future that is all benevolent because humanity keeps evolving a billion years from now and wants to give everybody who lived a virtuous life as long of a good life as possible, so it resurrects them. And we try to go through, and we're literalists too, and we try to take go through all the translations and show how it could mean this. It's crazy, I know.
No, I think we're succinctly, it's an accelerationist, tech-forward, descendant worship religion that is based on a literal interpretation of the Bible.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So I thought it was a lot more like materialist focused, right? Like, you know, we want humanity to survive, so therefore, no, obviously. So I think that if you follow the Bible, it'll have the best outcome for your life anyway. Right? So even if you were like the ultimate atheist, you know, utilitarian, you should still follow the Bible because it'll give you the best lifestyle, regardless.
That's one of the things that we said a video recently when I was like, being an adult is recognizing that sins are just like a list of things that will F up your life. It's basically like God gave us a list of like, you know, don't cheat on your wife, you know, don't have gangbangs, don't
so
you know,
I don't wanna correct you here or anything. I don't mean to correct. There is no Bible for saying don't cheat on your wife.
Okay, no, there isn't, because in early Judaism you can have multiple wives, and we talked about that, and you're absolutely right, but I'm sure there's some line you can take to mean that. But the point is,
you know, don't be adulterous. I mean, I guess you could read it to that.
Hybrids absolute. Oh, you worked with those type of people before.
We have whole episodes on
Yeah, I've worked with those people all the time.
monogamy became a norm in Judaism, but I don't want to, that's a tangent. But the point being is like, it's just a bunch of stuff that's going to make
people that can't understand the simplest shit.
I always felt like, oh, sins are things that are tempting, right? And it's like humanity was given a list of like, don't piss on the electric fence, and then immediately like a big portion of us just went and
that and the last place I worked,
I suppose. But yeah, no, I agree.
They did it to me a couple times. They'd send me a new guy, and they're like, teach him to be a mechanic. And you're like, you can't teach somebody that, man. I mean, you're kind of born a mechanic. If you're not mechanically inclined, you're never going to get it, man. You can't teach somebody that shit. I mean, people of that mentality either grow up to be mechanics or grow up to be engineers. It's like if you say, here, teach this person to be an artist. You know, they either have the talent or they don't. And
Exactly. Actually, the irony is that you were less at risk of being canceled talking about pure degeneracy, like metamorphosis like this, than saying you shouldn't have abortions.
100%.
Hybrids absolute. My grandfather was a master mechanic.
Yeah, and he can't. I mean, unless you're mechanically inclined, he can't teach you anything. Dude, I had to explain how a fucking electric motor worked to somebody, and they just couldn't understand the concept.
If you look at like GDC and you see the people screaming,
and it was,
that's not a normal response. Like that is somebody who's had everything.
I actually like got two magnets and fucking showed them fucking the magnetic field, and they just couldn't understand it. And I'm like, you're never gonna get it. I can't. If you can't understand this simple concept.
Hybrids absolute. Him and my dad built hot rods, and that was my dad's first car.
Yeah, I used to work on cars all the time. I'm actually learning how to work on computers now because I'm starting to understand that. But my point is it's a gift, man. Well, I don't want to make it sound like that, but it's something you're born with, man. Like when I was a kid, I used to take my toys apart to see how they worked. I used to have more fun taking them apart than actually playing with them. And then my dad just started buying me Legos, and he used to buy me the Master Builder sets that came with all the electronic pieces, and they built like, oh god, I had one that built like a 4x4 monster truck. I had a bulldozer. I had an excavator. I just had a bunch of the mechanical ones. I had a Ferris wheel. I bet you that Lego set would be worth a lot. Yeah, I bet you this. Like, I had the original castle set that was yellow. It was the yellow Lego color.
The reason we don't sleep with children isn't about consent. Like, we allow mentally disabled people to have sex. We allow elderly people to have sex. If you're talking about a 15-year-old or something like that, they have a mental intelligence that's higher than a 9-year-old. If you don't have a problem when a 9-year-old has sex. It's not about consent. It's about what it does to that person.
Yeah, people used to give me broken shit all the time. Here, I was going to throw this away, but I'm going to give it to you because you might be able to fix it.
He's like, I don't see anything wrong with having sex with an animal if you're like the one in the... Have you seen this clip?
I love that clip. You mean to tell me that the inbred Islamist thinks that you can have sex with animals? Weird.
Yeah.
Funny coincidence.
No, you don't have sex with animals because of the negative effects that has on your life and like the diseases and all of the other negative effects.
But you know what? You bring us to a fantastic point, because if you forget God for a second, try to explain to me, under a liberal worldview, why you should not have sex with an animal.
There isn't a good explanation. That's what these people are realizing.
Because they can't consent? Is that it? No, obviously not, because you can eat meat. You could literally kill it and eat it.
Well, but
So
then
consent is not the issue.
Like,
no, torture babies out. And even if they're not,
even if they didn't eat dairy, it's irrelevant. If it's all consent-based, then what's wrong with having sex with a corpse? It's dead. Can't consent. What's the difference?
That's a good point. That is a good point. There's no progressive.
Is it illegal to have sex with corpses?
I don't think so. But why? Why not? Like, there's no consent required. Okay, why is incest immoral according to the leftist world? Why is it immoral that if you consent and you're
Really true. I hadn't thought about all of the things this breaks, but it breaks.
Yeah, but it is. I think it's immoral because it's rural coded, and rural coded is conservative coded, and if it's conservative, it's bad. So incest has to be bad.
Okay, to be fair, incest happens mostly in like Muslim countries, which is left wing. So like, I don't know.
Right? No. Like in the leftist mind, no one thinks about the life of someone in a Muslim or Islamic country. They only think in terms of the United States, and then if someone is Muslim or other, they're just good. They're just good.
Oh,
trust me.
Yeah.
So like I don't know what they are. They're better than I am. Their culture is enlightened. Mine is bad. And mine extra bad people are the hicks in the countryside who feel coming. So, yeah.
But the point I'm making though is, from their logical standpoint, that as long as everyone consents is fine. There is nothing wrong with it. Absolutely not. And that's the degradation of every value. Look, I think that it's bad to have sex with your siblings. It says in the Bible not to have sex with your siblings. God does, actually.
One thing I found pretty interesting that Simone said there is how leftists are not allowed to look at the reality of what it's like in many of these countries. And I think we see an embodiment of that with Greta Thunberg when she put the video that like literally Hamas
video.
Yeah. Because like I don't want to see reality because that interferes with the fantasy that I'm living.
I completely agree. I think, okay, so, I mean, there's a Bible verse, right? Torah temet in Hebrew, right? That the Torah is truth, or the Bible, the Torah is Old Testament. So, essentially, my perspective is, if you are going to continue going on your, like, anti-God tag, you are going to consistently have an issue with truth. Reality is a major issue if you're a leftist. You know, men could be women, and words don't actually mean anything, and Islamic countries are really actually safe and good to gay people, and you know, and you don't even need to live in reality at this point.
Yeah,
because reality is bigoted.
But this is super common on the left. Like Hassan's outfits, if you look at the cost of like his basic outfit, his dog being the most expensive dog breed in the world, right?
Which he electrocutes, by the way.
Yeah. And it's caused a really interesting phenomenon that have given us a cultural edge in the current landscape. One really big one is the left somehow became the anti-AI party. and the right's like a super pro AI party, and we're the ones that have our sky brows and our all of these AI music videos and stuff.
Again, I feel like so many of these things are like the same issue, just repackaged. It's because the right realizes that reality is real. AI is not leaving, okay? So yeah, artists are going to lose their jobs, and that sucks for them, but that's called progress. I'm sorry that happened, but life moves on. You know, a lot of seamstresses lost their jobs when sewing machines were invented. Does that mean we should not have sewing machines? And the left, because the left has decided that you know, they basically, you know, have become the party of the, you know, anti-reality retards. They hate AI because they would like to still make believe that AI is not happening. And that's not real life.
No, and that's a strong argument for AI. There's just nothing we can do about it. And if we do something about it, then we become like Europe and we drop off the global economy, and China ends up crushing us.
Yeah, absolutely. AI's here. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. People are going to use it. Make the most of it. Don't be a victim.
Oh, what's your craziest theory? Let's go craziest private theory.
Craziest theory?
Hybrids Absolute. What was your first car?
My first car was a Dodge Aries K. I think it was an 81. That was my first car. My second car was a 68 Camaro.
Hybrids Absolute 000 sounds nice.
Was alright. It was, the body wasn't in good condition, but I had a 300 out of a Corvette that I had punched 50 over, so it was a 400, and I was in there. I used to be able to pull wheelies in that car.
Hybrids Absolute. My dad had a 55 Thunderbird, I think it was called.
Basically, the curse sort of applied to him the moment he reached it. That's when he gained the knowledge, not when he ate from it.
I can actually picture that. Yeah. Actually, the 55 Thunderbird looks a lot like the peyote from GTA. From GTA, man.
I mean, kind of on a tangent on yours, though, before I tell you my really kooky one. Good and evil is...
They actually brought that body style back a couple years ago.
Hybrids Absolute. The 1955 Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah,
telling us to do bad things all the time, we would just do the good things all the time. We wouldn't even have the will to do bad things. So evil, the existence of evil is the existence of free will. And the reason why we exist at all in this world, like if you think about it, why did God need to create us at all? Like, what's cool about us to exist? I'll tie it into my other.
Tie it in. I'm interested to hear.
If God is everything, right? If God is.
Let's see if they got a picture of a hard top. See, it looks like a peyote.
So that means technically we are all part of God as well. He's everything. Now
peyotes are a little longer.
But we're still part of God to some extent. So you ever viewed,
These are actually kind of nice. Actually, what I'd really like is during the 50s, there's a company called hang on, where's the other page?
I have a way to, all right, so I'll finish my thing. Okay. If we are part of God, then us repenting is the part of God that could repent.
Bink, these cars are cool. This is a car Weird Al Yankovic had in UHF. It's a Nash Metropolitan. It's like one of the first American two-seaters. I'd always like one of those, man. Drop like a, and you could like put like a 305 in this thing, and it would be fast as hell.
No, I don't perfect God. God's perfect, and all of his creations are exactly what he wanted them to be. So all of his creations are part of. So our imperfection is part of God's perfect.
Unemployment is low because everyone has two jobs.
Oop.
Unemployment is slow because people are 80 hours a week and can barely see their
Everybody's an idiot except for me. Everybody's an idiot except for me. 6 words, and Bill Maher just summarized the entire AOC experience. Unemployment is low, doesn't count, secretly bad. Whatever the numbers say, the conclusion never changes. The rest of the country just doesn't get it. And here's what makes this different from the usual partisan food fight. This is not Fox News dunking on a progressive. This is an old school liberal, a guy who's been doing political comedy since the Carter administration, looking at his own party's biggest star and saying out loud what Democratic strategists only whisper, she is the wrong horse for 2028. Yes, she fills arenas. Yes, she owns the internet, but Maher is reading the numbers that actually decide elections, and outside the progressive bubble, they tell a brutal story. So that's the mission today. The moments where Maher dismantles the AOC myth piece by piece. The economy,
Well, she's a
the tax math.
AOC's a rock star. She's a fucking. She's a reality show star. She's not a senator. She's a reality show star. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. She's not a real politician.
unlike all the others, has lifted more people out of poverty over the course of history than any other system. Well, so I think that those things that we talk about, that we discuss, are part of the course of human evolution. Yes, but I also think that what people are starting to see, at least in the occupation of Palestine, is it's an increasing crisis of human evolution.
Track the route she takes. Maher hands her the hardest fact in the room. Capitalism, whatever its sins, has lifted more human beings out of poverty than any system ever tried. And her response is that this is all part of human evolution, followed by a hard left turn into Palestine. An economics question somehow lands in the Middle East in under 2 sentences. That's not a rebuttal. That's an escape hatch. And viewers can feel the difference between someone wrestling with a hard point and someone climbing out the window while nodding thoughtfully. The frustrating part, you can hear it in Maher's delivery, is that he isn't even attacking her. He's offering the layup every serious candidate has to make. Acknowledge what works, then argue your fixes. She won't take it because inside her world, conceding anything to capitalism is heresy. And that instinct, protect the doctrine at all costs, is exactly what Maher means when he reaches for a word you normally only hear in cult documentaries.
If she had some deprogramming, she could be such a fantastic candidate. What do you mean deprogramming? Well, she just doesn't. She's never going to resonate with people outside the bubble that she lives in the very, very far left.
Well,
and that, I mean, the New York Times, of all people, the people I've been, like, squabbling with for the last 7 or 8, 10 years, whatever, when I was all about, Democrats have gone too far left, they just put out a huge editorial basically saying exactly what I've been saying.
What, that she's too far left?
Yes.
Deprogramming. Sit with that word for a second. You don't deprogram someone with bad talking points. You deprogram
Hybrids Absolute. You watch sports.
environment. That's the real accusation here.
Not too much. I like hockey. I follow it in the newspaper. I watch it when I can.
Then comes the receipt. The New York Times.
I'll watch football if it's on TV. Baseball's incredibly boring. Dude, my ex-father-in-law used to watch golf on television. I don't know how the fuck you could do that, man.
Starts publicly backing away from its own superstar. That's not a media spat. That's the party establishment quietly drawing a line 2 years before the primaries even start. But ideology is only half of Maher's case. The other half is colder. The math of who actually shows up. Because the left keeps mistaking one thing for another. Crowds for coalitions.
Yeah, I'm a big Blackhawks fan. I grew up being a Blackhawks fan.
I think because I think Bernie showed up at Coachella. That must have been fun for the fans. It's who shows up on Election Day. And I just don't see that's the ticket. I mean, Cory Booker, I know you've worked with him. I like Cory a lot from my home state of New Jersey. Made a speech for 25 hours. Again, just whacking each other off. This is just not what's going to get the job done.
crowds lie. 20,000 people screaming at a festival feels like a movement, but it's the converted cheering the sermon. Every one of them was voting blue anyway. National elections are decided by the exhausted dad in Erie, Pennsylvania, who has never been to Coachella, will never go to Coachella, and mostly wants to know why groceries cost what they cost. The Cory Booker jab is the brutal one, though. A 25-hour speech, a million viral clips, wall-to-wall coverage, and, by Mars' scorecard, 0 minds changed. His praise for it is crude, but the diagnosis underneath is surgical. The party keeps performing for itself. Applause inside the room, silence outside it, and the longer the applause goes on, the easier it is to mistake it for the country. Which is why the real stress test for AOC isn't a rally with a friendly crowd. It's a tough interview with nowhere to hide, and the footage of that test is something to behold.
Do you think other Democrats are watching their words?
I think it's certainly possible, but I'm not sure. I mean, I cannot think of or point to any individuals who have said that. I do think that there are Democratic members of Congress who are preparing for that possibility.
How do they prepare?
I think they look to the possibility of litigation. I think they're saying, you know, do we have the best teams possible in order to carry out our work?
Some Republican, or many perhaps, will be watching this, listening to this, and thinking, wait a minute, actually, you're the ones who are prosecuting us. You are the guys who are weaponizing the Justice Department. How would you respond to something you would be thinking that?
In what way? In what way?
Listen to the gear change. When she's narrating the Trump weaponization story, she's fluent. Litigation strategies, legal teams, colleagues lawyering up, smooth, specific, rehearsed. Then the interviewer flips the mirror. Hold on, weren't you the ones who just spent years prosecuting him? And the fluency flatlines. In what way? In what way? She is not confused. The question could not be clearer. That's a stall. The sound of someone discovering there's no prepared answer for the one challenge her side never practices, because nobody inside the bubble ever asks it. And it matters, because this is the credibility test half the country has been waiting for. Voters watch the sitting president's chief rival hit with case after case across 4 different jurisdictions, timed neatly across an election season, and a huge chunk of them, fairly or unfairly, decided that wasn't a coincidence. You don't get to skip that chapter and still narrate the rest of the book as the hero. To her credit, when she finally finds her footing, she plays the strongest card in the deck. Watch it, and then watch why it still isn't enough.
Is the very presence
Putting Trump on trial would be an example.
Yes, I mean, here's the deal. In the United States, there is a jury where we are judged by our peers, and he was found guilty in court on 34 felony charges. If people want to say it was weaponized, I mean, it is hard-pressed to say that there's a partisan argument for that.
That answer is real, and it is not complete. Yes, a jury convicted him. 12 ordinary citizens, 34 counts. Nobody serious disputes that it happened, but a jury decided answers a question nobody was asking. The weaponization charge was never about the jurors in the box. It was about everything upstream of them. Who chose to bring the cases, in which venues, on what legal theories, and why the timeline happened to track a presidential campaign. And here's the scoreboard she has to live with. The country heard convicted felon on a loop for months, and then handed the man the presidency anyway. That's not voters endorsing his character. That's voters telling you they stopped trusting the referees. When AOC says she's hard-pressed to find a partisan argument in any of it, she's describing a country that doesn't exist. Poll after poll showed independents split on whether this was justice or politics in a row. So the legal story has a mirror problem. Now watch Mar turn to her economics, because the math is even less forgiving.
The top 10% pay 72% of all federal income taxes, and the bottom half, 3%. The Democratic Socialists talk about socialism like we don't already have a lot. Social Security, unemployment, Medicare, nutritional assistance, Medicaid, Obamacare, disability, housing subsidies. Again, not against it. Just the same question. How can you be soaking the rich and failing the poor so badly?
Run his numbers back. By Mars math, the top 10% are already carrying 72% of all federal income taxes, while the bottom half chips in 3. You can argue the edges of those figures, but the shape isn't really in dispute. The rich are already funding most of the machine, which makes his closing question a trap door under the entire tax the rich anthem. If the wealthy are paying that much, and Washington is already running Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, Obamacare, disability, housing subsidies, where's the money going? Chanting "soak the rich" assumes America has a revenue problem. Maher is pointing at a management problem, and no rally chant in history has ever fixed one of those. Notice he even disarms the obvious comeback. Not against it, he says. He's not attacking the safety net. He's asking why the most expensive one ever built keeps failing the people it's for. And the chant doesn't just lose on arithmetic, it loses on human nature.
But here's the truth. You're not going to get health care to these people by threatening to tax and eat the rich. You raise billionaires' taxes, they just leave the state. Or they leave the country. Or in some cases, the planet. I kid Elon, but he had a good idea recently that might be apropos here. During the recent government shutdown, he volunteered to pay all the TSA workers himself. With couch money.
The joke is couch money. The warning is the moving van. Billionaires are the most mobile human beings on the planet. Their accountants exist to find exits. Threaten to eat the rich loudly enough, and you don't get a banquet. You get a forwarding address and a smaller tax base. And this part isn't hypothetical. Critics have been pointing at the same 2 case studies for years. California and New York, the loudest soak-the-rich states in the country, watching companies, capital, and high earners drain toward Texas and Florida. You can call those people selfish. You can call them traitors to the cause. The money does not care what you call it, it just leaves. And the hole it leaves behind gets filled by everyone who stayed. So her economics wobble under pressure, and her courtroom outrage only runs in one direction, which brings us to the claim Maher clearly found the most insulting of all, her one-sentence autopsy of why Kamala Harris lost.
AOC says so many people in this country hate women. Oh, jeez. Even the guy at the party who pulls out a guitar is like, way to ruin the fun. Congressman Jamal Bowman says capitalism is slavery by another name. No, it's not. It's the thing that has given more people more prosperity and hope than any other system, flawed though it surely is. But
there's a difference between a fact and an alibi. Sexism is real, measurable, ugly, everywhere. But America hates women as the grand explanation for 2024 isn't analysis. It's absolution. It takes an entire campaign's worth of choices and outsources the blame to 150 million voters, the exact people you'll need to win back. Because the alternative explanation is sitting in plain sight. Harris was the face of a border situation most of the country rated a failure. Her interview stumbles were so famous they became late-night material, and she never managed to put real distance between herself and the cultural politics suburban and working-class voters were sprinting away from. Many of those same voters have happily elected women as governors and senators in red and purple states for years. They didn't develop a sudden gender allergy one November, and Maher's red, white, and U line is the bigger diagnosis, maybe the thesis of his whole case. You cannot spend years telling a country it's rotten from its founding, then act baffled when that country declines to hire you to run it. People do not vote for leaders who seem vaguely disgusted by them. It's the simplest rule in politics, and somehow the hardest one for the modern left to internalize, which tees up Maher's favorite counter-witnesses. The people who picked America on purpose.
I'll give you some can't say I'm not surprised. Constantly complaining about what happened 200 years ago, and who's not obsessed with seeing America through colored glasses and shaking off the stench of what irredeemable privilege we are? Immigrants. Any of them why they came here, and they will tell you the same thing. Ron DeSantis put me on a plane.
The punchline does work. A lecture never could. Underneath the DeSantis joke is the sharpest contrast of the whole video. The people most grateful for America are the ones who risked everything to get here, while some of the people angriest at America were born inside it, on third base, with a megaphone. That's the gap AOC's brand of politics cannot close. Grievance is rocket fuel inside a movement and poison outside of it. Immigrants didn't cross deserts and oceans to reach an irredeemable country. They came because, for all its scars, it's still the place the world runs to, not from. A politician who can't say that sentence with a straight face will keep losing the working people she claims to champion, including increasingly immigrant voters themselves, who have been drifting right in numbers that should terrify the left. So stack the whole case up. On the economy, the answers dissolve into word clouds and a pivot to Palestine. On the courts, the outrage about weaponization only runs in one direction. And in what way is not a rebuttal, it's a loading screen. On taxes, the math was settled before the chant started. And on 2024, her explanation doesn't just miss the lesson, it insults the voters who delivered it. Here's the twist, though. Maher isn't saying AOC is hopeless. He's saying the opposite. That with some deprogramming, she could be a fantastic candidate. The talent is real. The star power is real. The problem is the operating system it's all running on. Inside the progressive bubble, she's a rock star. Outside it, she's a turnout machine for the other side. And that gap is exactly where Democrats keep losing national elections. That's the warning the party should actually sit with. It isn't coming from a MAGA rally or a right-wing super PAC. It's coming from an old-school liberal, now seconded by the New York Times editorial board. When your friendliest critic and your flagship newspaper are saying the same sentence, the bubble isn't protecting you anymore. It's just blocking the view. So now it's your turn. Is Maher right that AOC can't win beyond the base? Or is he the one who's lost touch? Drop your honest take in the comments. The best arguments on both sides get pinned. Smash that like if you made it this far. Subscribe for more moments where the left says the quiet part out loud, and I'll see you in the next one.
Well, look how thick the art of mining is. Slick Willie. Oh, yeah. A lot of books we got here, and just that's it. Just the art of mining and Slick Willie. Those are the only two of the titles I could read.
Loan sharking, prostitution, taking over unions. They had their hands on politics. They could do whatever they need, got away with everything.
The two gentlemen died as a result of multiple gunshot and shotgun wounds.
Did we kill as part of that life? Yeah. If I violate terms of this oath, then I can pay for it with my life.
Gunned down yesterday on a public street. Police officials say John Gotti has replaced the late Paul Castellano as the new head of the Gambino family.
People think you're taking an oath to lie, steal, cheat, kill. That's not the oath. Omerta means one thing: silence.
I respectfully decline to answer.
I respectfully decline to answer. I'm not going to answer another question. You just said I'm not under arrest and I'm going to walk out.
We do not talk to the law. We do not talk to outsiders. All of our business is private. And that is the absolute rock bottom code of the mafia.
For half a century, the mafia stuck to this sacred oath, pillaged New York City and the greater America. Omerta was the key to their success. Without it, they would drown. Its first major threat would come in 1963 in the form of Joseph Valachi, a man willing to break this sacred oath and reveal the structure and secrets of the mafia. Those on the inside would soon learn the cost of doing business in America, where greed, individualism, and celebrity continuously test the strength of their age-old code. Omerta.
thousands of years. The Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs all planted a flag. In the mid-19th century, it belonged to the Spanish Bourbon dynasty.
Sicily as an island, it develops its own unique culture. So that made Sicilians feel for a long time different from Italians, different from Europeans.
Sicily, up until the 19th century, was a feudal society with large landownings owned by absentee landlords who were governed with the help of middle managers.
In 1860, General Giuseppe Garibaldi invaded the island and brought it under Italian control, leading to the most significant transfer of power in the history of Sicily.
Suddenly there's like a free-for-all and everything is for sale. And at first, a lot of Sicilians supported back the unification of the country. However, as time goes on, a lot of Sicilians are faced with a number of crises, ranging from agricultural strife to being heavily taxed. There are some uprisings against the government. Those uprisings are put down. There's a period of bandits who take advantage of the fact of power that follows the civilian.
Ex rivoluzionari, ex banditi, e li impiegarono nella custodia delle proprie aziende, delle proprie proprietà. Questa è quella che si viene a cominciare a chiamare col termine di mafia, cioè una società composta da che però presumono di essere ormai onorati, perché non usano più la violenza per rubare, ma per difendere certe posizioni.
They considered themselves men of honor, men of respect, men important enough to be above the law. These men would soon venture to New York City in search of opportunity. And with them, they would bring this attitude of playing by their own rules.
Immigration to the United States in the late 19th and early 20th century exploded. Things are going poorly in many European countries. Poverty, war, oppression. The United States has lots of opportunity, many jobs, land, freedom, and so there's this huge migration from Europe to the United States. And of that migration, something on the order of 4 million people come from Italy.
You had immigrants coming from southern Italy, the poorest, most uneducated, rural part of the country. They came here to a life that probably was not really much better.
Now they're thrown into this cauldron of New York City, the epicenter of modern industrialization and capitalism. There are dozens and dozens of ethnic groups, and it's a really intense competitive environment just to survive.
From the old country, they brought with them a certain amount of clannishness. They relied on family even more than the Italians did in Italy. And they didn't expect anything good from authority. They didn't expect any help from outside. So they came here with those same attitudes. The gangsters and the criminals all had the same worldview.
The most famous Italian-American neighborhood in New York City is obviously the Little Italy centered on Mulberry and Mott Streets in Lower Manhattan. But there were scattering others as well. Certain neighborhoods were largely Italian-American, and the criminal element fell sway because they knew where everybody was, knew where everybody lived. It was kind of like a cocoon where people didn't want to cooperate necessarily with police because they knew the criminals were in the area.
In the early 1900s, crime in New York City was ubiquitous, as it was everywhere else, but it was also pretty small scale. There's a bit of what we might call low-level organized crime, but it's really just local gangs that control maybe a 4 or 5 blocks, and they are shaking down and extorting from people within their own neighborhoods.
In East Harlem, there were Italian people from all over. It had a number of characters who were, I guess you could call them padrones, who were important to the neighborhood as kind of quasi-pawn figures. And could be a source of employment, could be a source of money, could be a source of trouble.
In the early 20th century, these local criminal groups ruled across New York City. Then in 1919, they were presented with a new revenue stream, and it was bigger than any racket they had ever had. Prohibition, a nationwide ban on the sale and transport of alcohol, officially began in 1920.
The opponents of alcohol, who bring us prohibition in 1920, think they've achieved a great victory. But what they don't know is that prohibition is going to turn out to be an incredible gift from teetotaler America to the mob, because they're able to capitalize on this gigantic market. Americans do not lose their thirst for alcohol in prohibition.
It's all about that supply and demand, and it really allowed mobsters in the city to consolidate power and to build wealth, becoming millionaires thanks to prohibition.
Prohibition was an earthquake. Overnight, these building groups had to get a semblance of how to operate. They had to go from being distributors into executives.
Bootlegging was the illegal importation of alcohol from Canada, UK, from the Caribbean into the United States of America. Now, in order to get the liquor in, you need to have people that are going to meet these boats. And so bootlegging starts to pick up in places like New York and Chicago, for example, because these are cities with ports of entry.
Prohibition is going to turn organized crime in New York City from very disorganized, very competitive, into like a corporation. They need transportation, they need accountants, they need lawyers, and all of this requires a lot of sophistication and a lot of organization, much like the legit businesses that are thriving in America. So prohibition turns the mob into a corporate business like so.
The change in legislation gave these criminals an opportunity to level up, an opportunity to make more money, demand more respect, and ultimately redefine themselves. By the late 1920s, two men, Joe Mazzeria and Salvatore Maranzano, had emerged as two of the most powerful bootleggers in New York City. Mazzeria in East Harlem, Maranzano in Brooklyn. Each recruited a gang of young Italian immigrants to help run their operations. Lines were drawn between the two factions. And in 1930, a violent fight for control over the bootlegging market played out in the streets. Bodies turned up all over the city, from office buildings in East Harlem to courtyards in the Bronx. It was blood. But blood is bad for business. Masseria's lieutenants, Lucky Luciano and Frank Costello, knew that if they wanted to make real money, the power struggle would have to end. So they made a move. April 15th, 1931, Coney Island. Lucky Luciano and Joe the Boss met here. Villa Tamaro. Lobster, mussels, linguine with clams, and cards. After lunch, Big Joe was put on the spot. Less than 5 months later, at his office in Midtown, it's Sal Maranzano who meets his end. With the old guard out of the way and a clean slate in front of them, the younger generation of mafioso, led by Charles Lucky Luciano, establish a new thing, with new rules.
So Lucky Luciano was the godfather of the godfathers, was the main gangster who created not only the 5 families, but some 20 other odd families throughout the country.
Luciano realized he needed some sort of structure to enforce his new ways of doing business. He also wanted to consisting of the heads of each family. Luciano's first commission had 7 voting members: Chicago, Buffalo, and the New York Five.
The commission was, in effect, the board of directors, a ruling body who wrote the Constitution for the American Mafia. We wanted to make sure that the 5 families in New York would be the kingpins, and they became the only permanent members of the commission. So in effect, he made the 5 families the rulers of the entire American Mafia.
The commission is bringing together all of New York's 5 families, and you have 5 heads of those families that are sort of working in tandem with one another to make sure that no one really steps on anybody's toes.
In 1931, New York's 5 families were headed by Lucky Luciano, Joseph Capaci, Vincent Mangano, Tommy Galliano, and Joe Bonanno. Each family abided by the same set of rules. Rules that would make them powerful, rules that would make them rich. Rules that would make them one of the most successful organizations in America, reputedly second in size only to the U.S. government itself. Members were required to have Sicilian roots. Each family maintained the same organizational structure and were to obey the boss. They were to live by a code of honor. No drugs, respect other members and their significant others. It was to be a lifetime membership. And most importantly, omerta, silence, honor, and absolute loyalty to the family.
So omerta becomes probably the most pivotal rule in mafioso lifestyle. Never rat out your friends, never rat out your family, remain loyal to your family, then you should be okay. But if you talk outside of that code of silence, you never know what might happen.
They lived by these rules, and the bosses demanded with a blood oath that even the lowest levels of their organizations do the same. The blood oath that a lowly soldier by the name of Joseph Valachi took and would one day betray. New York's 5 families found success in the early 20th century for myriad reasons. The big one was their agility. With every political or economic shift, be it on a city, state, or national scale, the 5 families were there to capitalize.
In the aftermath of the stock market crash in 29, the American economy goes into a free fall. By the early 1930s, the unemployment rate in America is 25%. So economic suffering is all across the country.
During the Great Depression, when the country was suffering, in many ways the mob was booming. There's a great line that there's 2 things that are resistant to economic downturns. One is certain aspects of the entertainment industry, and the other is this thing of ours, the mafia. And the reason that it could survive, really, and thrive is because people still were going out, they wanted to be entertained.
The 5 families' bootlegging operation thrived despite the economic turmoil of the early 30s, but their world changed dramatically when Prohibition ended in 1933.
The end of Prohibition on December 5th, 1933 is a great day for America. It's not such a great day for the mafia because this black market that they've made tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in is suddenly gone. Alcohol is now legal.
This is a period when we sort of have to reevaluate. We start seeing the beginning of labor racketeering, getting into the union.
The Great Depression leads to the election of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and he brings to his office this idea of the New Deal. The federal government is going to do things to pull America out of the Great Depression. One of the biggest achievements of the New Deal is the Wagner Act, which is a package of labor laws that essentially establishes workers have the right to join a union. And so the American labor movement flourishes as never before. The mafia realizes that labor unions present a tremendous opportunity because labor unions are big organizations. They pull in dues. They actually have fairly large
also the incentives to cut deals as labor union leaders was just very strong and overwhelming. A lot of times these labor unions also represented, workers who were quite individually weak.
You're so cute.
They certainly didn't have the ability to stand up to corruption. The classic is the docks. These docks service this enormous market. All these goods were moving in and out of it, but there's very limited space down on the southern end of Manhattan. And so as a result, if you control the docks, you control literally the space there. You control commerce going in and out of New York.
And this one tight region is 5% of the American population. So if you were trying to skim a little money from some kind of transaction, where better to do it than where all the spending is taking place? If you could skim up a little money from security upgrades, or factory inspection, or the shipping, you could, of course, make a fortune. And people did.
Every period of transition in history sort of creates these new avenues for the mob. And that's one of the reasons that the Italian American Mafia is so successful, is their ability to be very nimble and sort of transition into new business opportunities when it arises. So during World War II, what that really means is taking advantage of the ration card system.
They say you will live in infamy.
For the United States, World War II begins on December 7th, 1941, when the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor. Suddenly, the country does everything it can to put millions of people into uniform and into the action in Europe and in Asia. The United States also imposes restrictions and rationing on all kinds of vital supplies so that the military won't be wanting for these supplies. All sorts of things that Americans typically would have easy access to: tires and pantyhose and gasoline. So the mob turns the crisis of World War II into a fantastic black market opportunity, and they make millions.
The five families had not only survived, but flourished through Prohibition, the Depression, and World War II. And by the early 40s, they were tapped into revenue streams all over New York City. They'd extort local businesses, traffic illicit goods, run gambling operations in the neighborhoods, and give loans to business owners in a pinch. Their portfolio was diversified, and their lifestyle comfortable. These were the glory years. During this time, each of the five families carved out their different expertise and territories. Joe Bonanno could move anything anywhere, one of the preeminent traffickers of illicit goods in the Northeast. Tommy Galliano controlled garment unions in the Bronx. Don Mangano had the Brooklyn docks and reigned over garbage trucks all over the city. His pal Joe Profaci had a gambling ring in Brooklyn that brought in $5 million a week. That'd be more than $100 million a week by today's standards. Outside of gambling, Profaci was known as the olive oil king. His Mamma Mia olive oil company was the biggest importer of olive oil and tomato paste in the United States. Lucky Luciano, the guy who invented the commission, was convicted in 1936 for running a prostitution ring. He was sent to prison for 30 to 50 years. That didn't impact business. Next in the chain of command was Frank Costello, and everybody knew Frank.
Costello wasn't his real name. He adopted an Irish name. And that was part of Costello's personality. And he tried to represent himself as a legitimate businessman.
Costello is different from a lot of the mobsters from his era. And Costello also wants to be taken seriously. So he dresses very nicely. He hobnobs with famous people. He has great parties at his penthouse where judges and politicians and business people come. And he really craves that kind of respect.
He had a certain smoothness to himself. And he knew how to handle politicians, how to create that aura. Frank Costello, for his time, was the gangster that people looked up to and wanted to emulate, and were envious of.
Costello liked the nightlife in New York, and so he was often seen out at nightclubs, including a club that he owned a share in, the Copacabana.
Costello was known as the Prime Minister of the Underworld. Another name he acquired was King of Slots. He had illegal casinos across the United States. He also invested in legal casinos in Las Vegas as well as in Cuba.
Frank purchased a country home, so to speak, out on Long Island in Sands Point. Wanted to be part of the North Shore community, which had a certain good reputation. He believed he was important. And he tried to, in effect, say, I'm a gambler, and I'm a businessman, but I'm not really a gangster.
Costello hid behind an aura of legitimacy and professionalism. And for a while, that worked for him. But when the U.S. Senate launched an investigation into gambling in 1950, Costello was under fire.
So we have a first-term senator from the state of Tennessee by the name of Estes Kefauver. Kefauver is someone that organizes and puts together a committee that wants to look at what is seen as the lifeblood of organized crime at the time, which was interstate gambling.
The Kefauver Committee was really looking at these things that broke interstate laws, that broke federal laws. And transporting of slot machines and other coin-op machines is definitely a big thing that they were looking into, not just with Costello, but, a lot of the mobsters who were called to testify for Kefauver were in some way related to illegal gambling.
Once the public hearings began in 1951, an estimated 30 million Americans tuned into their televisions to watch.
Now, this is incredibly exciting for the American public for a couple of reasons. First off, it's the 1950s. And by the 1950s, we're looking at the burgeoning era of a new medium known as television.
The hearing will please be in order.
So when Estes Kefauver decides that these are hearings that need to be televised, this is a huge opportunity for the American public to watch these hearings and to also sort of see who are these nefarious characters that Kefauver is specifically trying to target and go after.
You came over to the United States under the name of Francesco Castelli, did you not? That's right. And then you changed to Costello right afterwards? My case, how soon afterwards? Well, please, that as long as I can remember.
Costello, very evasive, diplomatic. This is somebody that shaded.
You were a bootlegger in 1922. No, that's correct. Didn't you bring liquor in of Canada? Didn't you sell it in this country? I bought liquor and stole it, but I didn't myself. When you did that, you broke the laws and fronted the Constitution, did you not? Well, I didn't call it that, yes.
Costello was so sure of himself that he could pass as a legitimate businessman, that unlike all the other bosses, he went before the committee and thought he could handle himself, and it ruined him.
You realize that there can be no qualified allegiance to the Constitution of the United States? Well, I wasn't the only one. I didn't ask you that. You're the only man I'm questioning now, sir.
I'm not going to answer another question. He just says I'm not under arrest and I'm going to walk out. They found holes in his testimony, so in effect it led to IRS investigations and led to his imprisonment.
In 1954, Frank Costello was sentenced to 5 years in prison for tax evasion. But by 1957, he was back out on the street with much bigger problems on his hands.
One of Costello's problems was that when he inherited Lucky, Louisiana, his family, the real underboss at the time was Vito Genovese. He was a very romantic guy, and he was in pursuit of a woman, killed another rival, and he had to flee. Genovese had to leave the country in the late 1930s. But Genovese finally came back to the States, and he wanted to take over the family. He believed it was his.
And he would stop at nothing. No rule, no code could keep Vito Genovese from going after what he believed was rightfully his. In 1957, the five families were nearing 30 years of existence in New York City. 30 years of success, largely because there had been 30 years no public slayings. Conflict was dealt with in the shadows, and members had, for the most part, upheld their oath and stuck to the rules. But that was about to change. Frank Costello had been boss of his family since 1937, much to the displeasure of the family's underboss, Vito Genovese. Genovese thought the seat should be his, and the tension began to boil.
Genovese and Costello were working together. They probably respected each other. I don't think they liked each other.
Frank Costello brings more of a businessman air to the role. Dapper suits, nice-looking guy, knows how to deal with people in high places, knows how to deal with politicians. Genovese is a bit more rough around the edges. He's a bit more shoot now, ask questions later kind of guy.
Genovese, he tried his hand at a number of legitimate businesses, but unlike Costello, didn't do very well. He had a poultry business, liquor business, a gambling boat venture. They all failed. But he had control. He was a vicious guy, more vicious than Costello. And people, gave him the deference.
So when Genovese sees Frank Costello sitting in the seat of power, he's like, well, that's not fair. That's supposed to be my role. I was the guy that was under Lucky Luciano. How dare you sit in my spot?
So there was this envy. I wouldn't say hate, but it was just maybe good business sense on Genovese's part to try to get rid of Costello. Frank Costello was having a dinner, coffee at some Upper East Side restaurants not far from his home on Central Park West. And he had to go back home. He got into the door of the apartment building and heard famously, "Frank, this is for you." Frank turned his head. Instead of hitting straight on, sort of grazed Frank's turning head. And the shooter fled.
Costello survived the attempt on his life. When questioned by police after, he claimed he never got a good look at the shooter. But even if he had, it wouldn't matter. The commission rules still held. Omerta. The Majestic's doorman, however, did not live by the same code. He got a good look. And when presented with photos by investigators, he identified Vincent Gigante.
Gigante was, according to our information, a protege of Genovese. He was the bright boy. He was the rising star of the underworld.
My name is Rita Gigante. I am the daughter of Vincent Gigante. Someone came to Vito and said, look at this kid, he's promising. He knew he had to do something to prove himself. But he liked Frank. And he missed. I don't think he really, in a sense, wanted to do that.
Frank Costello later testified that he didn't have a good view of who the shooter was. The story that I heard was that as Costello was leaving the witness box, Gigante supposedly said, "Thanks, Frank." After that, they actually became friends. Costello had Gigante over for dinner and drinks at his apartment. The hatchet, so to speak, was buried. But it was all sort of created the thought in Costello's mind that, hey, maybe I should step back and if I want to survive, sort of retire.
Frank Costello would relinquish control of his family to Vito Genovese and fall into the background. He would not seek revenge in the streets or on the witness stand. He'd uphold his end of the deal. Put the family first, follow the code. But Genovese's brazen act did not go unnoticed by the other bosses. Albert Anastasia lobbied the commission to approve a hit on Genovese, and tension got hot. On the brink of an all-out war, Joe Bonanno, the secure leader of his own family, mediated a peace agreement and successfully settled the ship. In the aftermath of the intervention, Bonanno declared himself the capo consigliere, chief counselor of the commission. It was a made-up title, but enough for Bonanno to believe he was above the law and above the rules, especially when it came to drugs.
The rule was they didn't deal in narcotics, but the other rule was we make as much money as we can any way we can. So in the late 1950s, America has a heroin market, but it's very small. Heroin was made illegal in 1924. So there's a black market opportunity here.
Joe Bonanno is definitely looking to increase his power and increase his financial stake in the commission. For him, the 1950s is a good period for that for a couple of reasons. He does seize this opening in the heroin trade, and I think he really does use this transfer of power as an opportunity to elevate himself.
Looking to capitalize on his improved stature within the commission, Bonanno arranged a meeting back in Sicily.
So the meeting was really an occasion for Joe Bonanno to show off his so-called leadership. Joe Bonanno wanted to portray himself as the spokesperson for all of the Americans, the most important boss, the boss who could change everyone else's mind. So we do know that a lot of Americans were at the meeting in an attempt to set up an international intercontinental business for drugs.
And the big question on the table is, how can we create an organization and a system by which we can import heroin from Europe into the United States?
And they basically divide up the world, so to speak, and come to an agreement about division of labor between Sicilian and American organized crime.
Bonanno and the bosses in Sicily came up with this idea. The Sicilians would bring the heroin into the States, and the Americans would tell them where there were good markets. So this was territory that the Sicilians had no knowledge. They needed guidance. And they brought it in, they packaged it very cheap. And the Americans, especially without doing anything. The mafia got a commission. They didn't have to do anything. The Sicilians were happy because they had a big market.
Meeting in Palermo, being able to make these connections with the Sicilian mafia and solidify these transportation routes to get heroin into the United States is what he sees as his ticket forward. The drug trade in the 50s and 60s is interesting because the mafia doesn't ever want to admit, even to themselves, that they're that involved in the drug trade. In the 1950s, 60s, 90% of heroin is coming into the United States through the Italian-American mafia.
Joe Bonanno and the five families' investment in the drug trade over the next several decades would ultimately become a tremendous burden. Members would choose to overlook the threat of law enforcement in favor of increased profits, a decision that would kill their organization from inside out, while devastating cities throughout the United States.
With this new flow of heroin onto the streets of America, Americans are going to take up heroin in a big way.
The most grievous sin that the mafia in America committed is the damage that it did to the big cities. There was no heroin in Harlem. There was no heroin in the Lower East Side or in Brooklyn. And what it did was it destroyed the inner cities. And it's a sin that's still with us today.
New York City, late 1957. While Joe Bonanno and other family leaders worked to design a new drug operation, Vito Genovese had officially dethroned Frank Costello and was now one of the most powerful gangsters in New York City. Next in his sights was Albert Anastasia. Anastasia became boss of the Mangano family in 1951 and had campaigned to have Vito Genovese whacked after Vito orchestrated the shooting of Frank Costello. Now, Anastasia wasn't someone to mess with. He had come up as a member of Murder, Inc., a band of contract killers from New York's Lower East Side. He was known as Lord High Executioner. That probably says enough. Guy was killed. So, sensing a potential threat, Peter Genovese decided to act first. While Albert Anastasia enjoyed a fresh trim at Grasso's barbershop in the Park Sheraton Hotel, a hit squad from Brooklyn walked right through the front door.
Inside, the barbershop. On the floor, riddled with 5 bullets. The body of Al Anastasia.
The worker from Barrington shot him on the head, fell from the chair, and fired again.
Did you have any leads at all?
Got a dead body on me.
Although it seemed like yesterday, it was another era. An era of the flamboyant mobster, the Hollywood-type roughneck.
Officially, the murder of Albert Anastasia has not been solved. It is not unusual for a lot of mob killings from that period. But perception is that Genovese saw him as a threat because he was an ally of Frank Costello.
No one had pulled off gangland-style slaying like this since the killings of Joe Mazzari and Sal Maranzano in 1931. It was the work of an up-and-coming crew led by Crazy Joe Gallo, a guy from South Brooklyn with his own ideas about rule. With the death of Albert Anastasia, Vito Genovese seized even more power. And at the same time, like Joe Bonanno and his Sicilian allies, Vito Genovese was growing his stake in the emerging heroin market.
Part of Vito Genovese's plan in 1957 is to present himself effectively as the boss of the bosses, the top mafia guy in America. And so they come up with this plan to hold this summit in a very remote area in Appalachian, New York.
November 14th, 1957. Appalachian, New York. Population 277. 182 miles from New York City. A local here named Joseph Barbara sold soda, but he used to be a bootlegger. And anyone who knew anything up here knew that Joe the Barber was still in the game. State Police Sergeant Edgar D. Croswell was well aware of Barbara's underworld ties. So when he got wind that some visitors were in town, and 20 pounds of veal were headed to Barbara's house, he decided to do a drive-by. Lo and behold, a secret society, La Cosa Nostra, in plain sight.
The problem, Peter, to me, is that when you have numerous vehicles sitting outside of a home, it's not in the city, it's in New York State, out in the rural areas of New York, people might get a bit suspicious.
These fellows just did not fit in. They were all extremely well dressed. Most of them had Italian accents. Some 2 or 3 told us they couldn't speak English at all. They were standouts.
Sergeant Croswell quickly called in reinforcements. Agents from federal, state, and county law enforcement reported for backup. With roads blocked and the house surrounded, the agents captured 58 of approximately 100 mafia leaders in attendance.
So this secret summit that's going to elevate Vito Genovese as this genius new boss turns out to be a total disaster. And so a lot of these people are arrested, and eventually all of the charges are overturned, but it's a massive embarrassment, black eye for Vito Genovese.
Some theorize that Costello may have set up Genovese tipping off on the meeting. It's been unproven. Their names became all over the newspapers. Their affairs are being looked into. Their families are being looked into.
A lot of people have clearly established that there certainly was a mafia that, if not ruled nationwide, had connections across state lines. And that, of course, starts up the pressure then on federal agencies.
If this was a secret society, you're not living a secret society anymore. They're all over the place. And everybody was being identified. And it really lowered the esteem for Genovese.
So it led to a lot of problems. It led to problems for Genovese, for everybody else. He was blamed for all this publicity he brought upon by having the same place and desire for a meeting that nobody else wanted.
far as our fight on organized crime is concerned, we're going to continue our efforts unabated. And I hope that someday we'll get a break and finally determine just what did happen at that now notorious meeting at Appalachian. Are you going to have anything to say, Mr. Kennedy? Are you going to cooperate with the commission?
Organized crime, certainly after Appalachian, became a ground zero for law enforcement. There's a lot of them arrested by the police, and they faced all sorts of federal problems. And then you had a lot of investigations spawned off of that trouble, which created nothing but problems for the organized crime bosses.
1957 was quite a year. Bonanno bet big on the drug trade. Frank was forced into retirement. Al Anastasia had his last shave, and then Appalachian. The Mafia was now public enemy number one. The families had strayed from the rules and would pay the price for it.
Chairman of the committee, do you want a lawyer present to represent you while you testify?
In 1957, Congress formed a new committee aimed at investigating organized crime. The Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in the Labor or Management Field was chaired by Senator John L. McClellan, Democrat from Arkansas. This new McClellan committee would call gangsters to the stand into the next decade and serve as the venue for the most revelatory look inside the mob in the organization's history.
The Senate McClellan hearing starts out primarily focused on the Teamsters Union. But in November, after the Appalachian bust, they really start to shift focus.
The existence of organized or syndicated crime in the United States is known to us, but until now, we have not been sufficiently informed about the extent of it and the modes and techniques of its operation. For them, no crime is too heinous and no life is safe.
In late 1957, roughly 100 mobsters visited the home of Joseph Barbara in the sleepy town of Appalachian, New York. Law enforcement's fortuitous raid of the meeting resulted in the booking of 58 mafia chiefs. Investigators concluded that 22 of them were officially employed by unions or held labor relations jobs. So later that year, mafia bosses from New York City and around the country were subpoenaed to testify in front of the Senate Select Committee on Improper Activities in the Labor or Management Field. It was led by Senator John L. McClellan and Robert F. Kennedy.
The McClellan Racket Committee. In an effort to prove Teamster ties with the underworld, the senators questioned many witnesses.
The McClellan Committee hearings focus is on the connection between unions and the mob. And they're determined to figure out what can we do to root out this problem of criminality and corruption in American unions.
One of the people who testifies in front of the Rackets Committee was Crazy Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo and his brothers Larry and Albert were from Brooklyn. Up-and-comers and members of Joseph Profaci's family.
Joey Gallo is one of these old-school, larger-than-life gangsters.
Joey was out of his mind, wanted to kill everybody, beat everybody up, and didn't trust anybody.
He's erratic, and he's sort of terrifying, but he also has these ideas about the future of organized crime that are really going against the grain of what the traditional mob culture was at the time.
Larry was always a force, the brains of the truth. My father was Larry's bodyguard in 61, and they died.
And then we have Albert Kid Blast, the youngest one, the Gallows, performed probably the most spectacular mob of the century, the Albert Anastasia hit. Joey Gallo and his brother Larry were credited as being masterminds of that killing. And so it's said that that's how they became made men of the Profaci family.
The killing of Albert Anastasia put the Gallo brothers on the map. When they were initiated into the Profaci family shortly after, or straightened out, as they'd say, insiders knew they must have been the ones behind the hit.
Top of that stage, he got killed. Right after that, Joey Gallo, Larry Gallo, got taken. To the Profaci family. In this world, you know, there's no other reason for it. You don't train out somebody unless they earned it.
After the Anastasia killing, Gallows would forever be known as Guns for Hire. But they made their real money in South Brooklyn, in Red Hook. They worked for Local 19, the Teamsters union that repaired jukeboxes and extorted local businesses. Word got around. On February 17, 1959, Joe and Larry Gallo were called to testify in front of Senator McClellan's committee.
Everybody gets called. Joey and Larry get called.
Now be the truth, those are not but the truth. Live in God.
Joey gets famous on TV for that. Yes, Ray fans, smoking. Joey had no fear. He would be the fifth, the 150 times.
Are you also known as a racketeer and gangster?
I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer may incriminate.
He's got slick back hair, no shades, a black suit jacket, no tie, just chain smoking. His hair's getting furious.
Have you a father and mother? I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer. Are you what's known as a thug or a hoodlum? I respectfully decline to answer because I honestly believe my answer is incriminating.
So he was a personality, a beacon for publicity. He was interviewed, someone stopped him on the street in the newspaper, he would talk to the papers.
Joey, what about these stories that some of your friends are unhappy they can't get out of jail because of you? When I left them, they were having a party. It really had a good time. So it was more like a hotel or anything else. Big hotel. One big hotel. You live in it? No.
Joey Gallo, he's got the cameras rolling. He's on national television. It just scares the pants off mom and pop in Omaha watching these things.
In the 1950s is a period in which almost every American family by the end of the decade has acquired a television. So they are able to watch these hearings and see these characters and hear the accusations about misappropriation of funds and intimidation, union election fixing, and it's throwing a light on these shady dealings between big-time unions and the mob.
It was great TV. It was probably his most significant impression on the American public, and it did sort of made people more afraid and more reasons to not like New York or some of the other big cities. Like, oh, that's where all the gangsters and racketeers are.
The 1950s and moving into the 1960s are some big decades for Gallo. A lot happens for him. He's in an organization where the power dynamics and the power struggles are challenging for him.
Where do the Gallo brothers stand in this trajectory of five families in New York? They're the first ones who decided, I don't care about your Sicilian codes, and I don't care about other codes Lucky Luciano, like from Middle Commission. We're going to do it our way, and we have to deal with this. Once you get the next generation, especially in the 1950s, kids on jukeboxes, they're not coming back. The ideas of Omerta are inevitably going to get lost in the American cultural landscape.
Joey and Larry Gallo's testimony in front of the McClellan Committee in February 1959 put them on a national stage and on the radar of every mafia member in New York City. They kept their mouths shut, honored Omerta, but still made a mockery of the hearings and made a name for themselves in the process. Having any sort of public persona is never a good thing for those in a secret society. And back in South Brooklyn, the Gallos were starting to get a reputation.
The Gallo brothers were folk heroes, right? Sort of king of the neighborhood, king of the streets. What you have to remember about the neighborhood of Red Hook is that it used to be a little bit
three-story building. They have social club at the bottom. A lot of people used to pass by and just to see them hanging out there. They allegedly had a mountain lion in the basement.
We had a lion in the early 60s. Some guy from New York, I think his name, Tony, I think his name was. He had an exotic store in Manhattan. And they called up and said they had a lion, a cub. So Joey Larry said, yeah, that's what we want. So they went to New York, they picked him up. He was right in the street. In a short time, he got big. Someone always wasn't paying something. Always a problem with people gambling or spending money, generous they want to pay. Gotta collect money. So Joey got the idea of scaring people with the lion. Changed the rattle. Lion used to run up the stairs. I think people used to get scared right away. These guys just their pants.
The lion's name is Cleo, and the idea is that we got a guy who has a bit of money. What are we gonna do with this deadbeat? Well, you bring him down to the basement and introduce him to Cleo, and all of a sudden, he's out of his pockets. This kind of became part of the Gallo War, turning these pretty hardened hoods into a bit of a carnival.
Don't mess with those gallows. They're crazy. That crew's crazy. Don't mess with them,
The Gallows liked to march to the beat of their own drum, but they were still a part of a larger organization. They had a boss, just like everyone else. And in the late 50s and early 60s, their boss controlled all of South Brooklyn. From loan sharks to bookies to traffickers down on the docks, everybody had to answer to Joe Profaci.
Joe Profaci was an extremely long-tenured boss. He is involved in the South Brooklyn region. He wasn't considered a quote-unquote good boss. He was considered a little too isolated, a little too, quote, greedy. So that was what his street reputation was.
I think Joey called him a prick. The olive oil king. But in the small world, known as the prick. He was never very well liked. Hey, as in a sense, he was making a lot of money. Lending money, hijacking. That was the three main things.
Profaci was more South Brooklyn, the docks, and Joe Profaci actually had some legitimate industries there as well.
Again, his front is being the olive oil company. But Joe Profaci, he's a tough nut. And there's a tradition in old mafia lore which is called wedding the beat. It's taking a piece of your profits. So let's say you hijack something or another. We're going to take 20% of that. Well, Joe Profaci likes to take more than what he should be taking. For Joe, it's his way of keeping the troops in line. But this starts to foster a lot of resentment. Profaci had this great manor in Bath Beach and gave all his spoils to his own little children. I think Tony Bennett sang at the Don's daughter's wedding. The Profaci's living in splendor, and the Gallows are living in their grandmother's tenement on the edge of the waterfront in Red Hook.
My dad was in the Profaci family. I liked Joe Profaci. Got along with him. He said he was a little bit greedy. He said greed is what kills bosses. But he didn't talk too much about him. Just that he was greedy. It was excessive. He was a hard guy to get along with. So the Gallows said, no, we're not doing it.
So these Sicilian traditions that Joe Profaci was bringing in from the old country, this just was a washing with Joe Gallo and the American-born generation that he was part of.
Profaci was very, very conservative and quiet. He doesn't get along with the Gallows. And the Gallows have their own brother-led unit. And so Profaci outgrew the era of the time. He had overstayed his welcome.
So he went to try to go to the captains and the outside to force Profaci to do the right thing. They wanted these guys to go to Profaci and make him give them what they deserve. That's what they wanted. They wanted a piece of this, they wanted a piece of that. They took a piece of the book. She never gave it to them. That was it, man. So Joey and Larry decided to kidnap Joe Bafacci.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
In February 1961, as Americans looked forward optimistically with a new president in office, members of the mafia, namely Profaci family soldiers Joey and Larry Gallo, were becoming disillusioned with the life they'd chosen and the organization they'd been a part of. They wanted more money and more autonomy. And if their boss, Joseph Profaci, wasn't going to give it to them, well, then they were going to take it.
There's already a lot of underlying resentment among this younger generation of mafia hoods and the Profaci family. And the Gallos boldly decide that they're going to take the Don and his men hostage, make them submit to their demands, and either be killed or they'll release them.
Gallo brothers put a plan together. They sent 6, 7 guys out to a couple clubs, and they kidnapped Joey Facci's close guys. Thunderboards, Mother, Joe Colombo, but they missed Joe Facci. The whole idea was.
All right, hold on. Ugh. I go to the bathroom right quick and turn on a light.
And went to check Joe to the hospital.
So they missed the Don. The Don was nowhere to be found. They got all the Don's men, and the Don himself escaped. Gallos find himself with a total disaster on their hands. So when Gallo brothers take Don Profaci's top men hostage, there's an argument between Larry and Joey. The boys got this major shouting match. Larry wants to negotiate through the Mafia Commission. And it's funny, in the Mafia Commission, we're talking about an establishment here. This is the ruling body of not just the 5 families, but the rest of the Mafia. There's rules.
Joey Gallo and his faction attempting to kidnap his own boss is a clear breach of etiquette. The thing is, though, with the mafia, there's always breaches of etiquette, and that's sometimes the only way that these families move forward.
Larry wants to abide by the Mafia Commission's rules behind a coup. He's like, if we get permission from the commission about what we're going to do next, and we work through them, then they're going to help us out. And there's talk from the top men of the commission. There's murmurings like, yeah, we'll help you boys out. But just let them go.
At the time of the kidnapping, the 5 New York bosses on the commission were Vito Genovese, Joe Profaci, Carlo Gambino, Tommy Lucchese, and Joe Bonanno. To have their coup approved, the Gallos would need support from at least 2 of these men. But Profaci had tenure. He was one of only 2 remaining original bosses on the commission. The other, his close friend and ally Joe Bonanno. Bonanno's son had married Profaci's niece back in 1956. Bosses on the commission could entertain the Gallos' request all they wanted, but no boss in their right mind would side against Joe Profaci. And Joey Gallo was well aware.
Joey, on the other hand, is like, forget it, Larry. We're going to kill him right now. He wants to kill them all. Blood in the streets.
Somebody came back with a package from Profaci that if he lets them go, then they'll negotiate them giving some territory and stuff like that. Joey didn't want to let the guys go because Joey didn't believe Joe Profaci. And that's why he said, let's just go kill them, and then they'll know for real. They're going to war for a war. Larry grabbed Joey in passion when he came with his, listen, cuz, can't kill these guys. High pressure situation. This world, they're not supposed to kill big guys. And there was a lot of trouble there.
Joey's actions shocked even the boldest underworld figures. But Crazy Joe wasn't one for the rules. He kidnapped the higher-ups without permission, and if given the chance, would kill without approval.
There's a story that during the conflict that was going on within Brooklyn, they had taken my father hostage. I guess he was going to be executed. And Larry spoke like a gentleman. He said he's not an enemy, he's a friend, and he agrees with us, but doesn't agree with our tactics.
Mission says, okay, you boys just be patient. We'll get you what's due. We've talked to Fafaci, and we'll make sure that you guys did good for releasing him. This goes on for months, and the gals are really hearing anything. And all of a sudden, it's too quiet. And this is when the dawn strikes again.
At the time, no one knew that Joe Fafaci put his... No one knew that. We know that now. As soon as he released the captains, he put a hit on the whole Gallo crew.
With his top men kidnapped and threatened, Joe Profaci felt he had no other option than to kill off the rogue faction in his own family. But the gallows wouldn't go down easy. What ensued was one of the longest and bloodiest sagas ever to be seen on the streets of the Gallo-Profaci War.
Most people that are not in the know think that families war against each other. That doesn't happen. That stopped in the 40s. It's always a civil war over a power struggle. Well, my dad was Profaci's son. We had been out in Long Island at my grandmother's house. My dad moved us out there. He was gone for several days. I didn't know why. But I remember one day he came home. It was fairly early in the morning. And he walked into my grandmother's house. He had a full beard. He hadn't shaved in a while. And his right-hand guy, Joey Brancato, was also a made guy. He was out on the porch kind of watching guard. And I'm sitting on the steps as my dad came in. He grabbed my mom, he hugged her. And then he came over to me on the steps and hugged me. How was I doing and all of that. He was only there for a short time, then he left. And that was during the Gallo-Profaci War. And it was serious. Quite a few people got killed during that time.
What I do think is interesting is the show does push these social issues.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. And today, we're taking a look at 10 instances of TV hosts being sacked for avoidable mistakes.
And if people say, I miss you on television, what is your next move? I'm figuring that out.
Meltem Gunai. News anchors drinking hot beverages on air is nothing scandalous. However, rather than use a channel-branded mug, Turkish broadcaster Meltem Gunai displayed her Starbucks cup on air as she anchored TGRT Haber in 2023.
Milli Savunma Bakanı Yaşar Güler, Irak ve Suriye'nin kuzeyindeki terör hedeflerine yönelik başarılı hava harekatları sonrasında operasyon...
At the time, due to allegations
Joshua 232 first message fan here chat on DC Vivid John 12.
Fundamentalist wing of gay advocacy, Bill Maher. Known for getting himself in hot water on more than one occasion, no controversy was as catastrophic for Bill Maher as what he said in 2001.
He made this infamous comment less than a week after 9/11.
When hosting Politically Incorrect, as he had for 8 years, one guest was Dinesh D'Souza, who stated that the perpetrators of the September 11th attacks were warriors. This sparked Maher to agree, then go a step further by claiming the U.S. were cowards for attacking with missiles thousands of miles away.
That's coward.
Maher's comments resulted in sponsors withdrawing from Politically Incorrect. The show struggled to keep going with the financial hit, leading to its cancellation in 2002. Chris Harrison. If there was a Hall of Fame for reality TV presenters, this host of The Bachelor and its various spin-offs would have been there.
Path we're on right now, we can't continue.
At least until 2021, when Harrison ruined that scenario during an interview with Extra. Interviewer Rachel Lindsay asked the host about contestant Rachel Kirkconnell, who was discovered to have liked racially charged social media posts and attended an antebellum South Plantation-themed party. Harrison went on a long-winded rant defending Kirkconnell.
The woke police is out there, and this poor girl Rachel, who has just been thrown to the lions.
Various contestants from his many shows and the fans who watched them condemned Harrison's defense, who later apologized for his comments. He was suspended by the franchise, as guest hosts stepped in before he was fully let go. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications. Phil Donahue.
I think we brought a show to daytime television that they always wanted, and no one gave it to them, and we got lucky. And
perhaps the most influential talk show host of all time, Phil Donahue is known for hosting The Phil Donahue Show, which ran for 26 years from 1967 to 1996. The program is widely credited for being the first talk show to engage directly with audiences. In 2003, his MSNBC show Donahue was canceled. However, a leaked internal memo suggested that Donahue was fired for his public anti-Iraq war sentiments.
I couldn't get over the unanimity of opinion on cable. The drum was beating. Everybody wanted to bomb somebody.
It was stated that Donahue would be a, quote, difficult public face for NBC in a time of war, and his program, quote, a home for the liberal anti-war agenda.
I just thought, what would be wrong with having one show a night, say, hold it, wait a minute, can we afford this?
Donahue later suggested that his firing came as a result of General Electric, the defense contractor that owned MSNBC at the time.
You see, GE owns Kitchener, Colorado, which
That is good.
JMI of Stanford, which is a majority shareholder in PokerFastLane.com, which recently acquired the Shine Hardware Company, which owns NBC.
Have you ever caught a live TV flub? Let us know in the comments.
Nobody's going to call Donahue and tell him to shut up and support the war. Nobody's that foolish.
Now listen, the more time we give Trump to cook, the happier I am about nights in general. Hassan Piker is going to jail. Absolute cinema. I've been calling it for a while now. I said it was going to happen. No one believes me, but we are here, and it has gotten so much better. The updates are glorious. Beautiful. All right, you are not understanding. All right, now just to be clear, we do have evidence that our informant is actually Kaya. This is incredible breaking news. that it might be Kaya that's ratted him out to the feds. No one knows. Now, just to understand, I wanted to start off this entire video with this clip. So Hassan spiraling out of his fucking mind about going to jail for treason. Right? You might not be familiar with that in Turkey, okay? But in America, we don't like treason. All right? Yeah, get the fuck out, man. Maybe flee the country. Right? That would be great. That would be sick, actually. Please do that. He ended up snitching on all of his friends. I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself. The downfall of terrorist dog destroyers makes me very, very happy. All right? So, this is Hassan asking a very pertinent question.
But it's so strange because like this is not even beneficial for any of these people, right? It's not even beneficial, and they don't get it.
We don't get it.
They don't understand it. Like, who is this for? Is the question.
Me. For me. For me. That's for me. That's what it's for. It's for me. I gotta say, the Jews controlling America cooked on this one.
Question: is it for you?
Yep.
Is this helpful for you if I go to fucking prison? No.
Yes, actually, I'm really glad you asked. Yes, actually, very much so. Thank you. It's like the same idea. Does it really benefit you if you squish a cockroach that's just in your kitchen? Like, why? Is the cockroach really bothering you? Yes, actually. Yep. And the cockroach could lay eggs, and we could have lots of roaches, and I'd rather kill the cockroach before that shit happens. I know. It's a very apt analogy, I would say. Yes, actually. Is it beneficial? You ever go to fucking jail? Yes. Yes. Honestly, the higher gas prices is worth it. It's absolutely worth it. What are you even talking about? The funniest part is, this is coming from Hassan Piker, a moral consequentialist. He's the type of retard that just sits back and cries and screams about how, he doesn't believe in God, and morality is all subjective, and everyone should be happy, and looting stores is fine, because there's nothing inherently immoral about stealing or murder, as he supports Luigi Mangione. And he thinks that my subjective happiness at watching this roach get thrown into a slammer, he thinks that that's worth nothing. Yes, actually, because he only believes in his own subjective values, because he's a miscreant piece of shit roach. All right, but it gets so much better. Marxist propagandist Hassan Piker is panicking. Fox News is doing a victory lap on this one.
Influencer Hassan Piker might be in real trouble for
I'm just saying, I've given, like, a fuck ton of information on Hassan Piker to sources in the government that have reached out. Listen, I'm not saying I contributed. I would like to think that we were all part of this. Hassan Piker shocked his dog, and it was a shock that was heard around the world.
In Cuba in March, where he filmed what looks like a propaganda video for the regime.
That's right. Hassan Piker is doing propaganda for an actual adversary of the United States. According to the law, that is treason. That is actual treason. Doing propaganda counts as materially supporting them.
I'm here in Havana, Cuba, right now on a humanitarian aid mission.
There he is in Havana, Cuba, to throw a gay little festival and make believe that it's glorious there, and usurp all of the electricity in the city so that kids that were in the middle of surgeries had to actually die because all the electricity was busy getting used on Hassan Piker's turbo retard gay orgy. All right, that was much more important than actually putting electricity in the hospitals that night. Congratulations, Hassan.
My goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population.
Yeah, so this is straight up propaganda for the enemy adversarial communist regime against our nation.
One of the most ridiculous embargoes of all time that has only gotten more dead.
For the record, the embargo is just Cuba has to buy their own shit. It can no longer be supplied free shit from, like, China. For the record, they're just not getting free stuff from Venezuela anymore, and they're dying because communists suck.
As time has gone on.
Yeah, now federal officials have subpoenaed Piker as part of a wider investigation into violations of U.S. laws and sanctions, which prohibits supporting Cuba's communist regime.
That's right.
Piker responded today saying...
That is called terrorism, sir.
It's, quote, not great and BS and other.
Good response, Hassan. Very good. It's so good. It keeps getting better, though. Federal officials served subpoenas Marxist political influencer Hassan Piker and Post-Inc. co-founder Susan Hidea Benjamin. It's just so fucking good. Right, so Hassan Piker, shaken out of his mind. All right, now just understand, this dude was LARPing as a revolutionary. He goes on the screen talking about a violent revolution, overthrowing the establishment, supporting Luigi Mangione. This dude gets a letter in the mail, and he is more shaken than Donald Trump was when he was shot in the fucking head. You know who the actual alpha Chad is.
It's not great, okay?
Oh,
I mean, it's bullshit.
It's bullshit.
But
it's bullshit.
Still not great. that
Great.
you know they're after your boy. They're up my ass.
W, let's go, let's go. Who knows what they'll find?
And I'll obviously get into it right now. I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, look how
but let me
scary
bust
he
off
is.
real quick.
Oh my God! Little bastard.
We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me.
Free me! I am a brave communist revolutionary. Free me!
Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that. But,
Oh my God, look how scared he is.
But I'm about to be, seemingly made an example of.
I sure fucking hope so. Let's freaking go. Donald Trump, I would vote for you for a fourth time. I would vote for you a fourth time if you could put this man under the jail. That would be crazy. All right? Now, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. This guy's just sad.
And I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great.
It's not great at all, actually. I'm glad you bring that up. More shaken than Trump did when he got shot. Dude, this guy is such a fucking pussy.
You better make it quick.
Now,
Sun's
you are not
getting
ready.
real. You think you're pretty smart
not
now,
ready,
don't
because
you?
he
Here's your pay, Einstein.
I know usually at the work of rallying to orgs you support, but in case they try to bring you to court, you should definitely consider coordinating with orgs you've been pushing and try to publicly mobilize your community in not only your defense, but use yourself as an example that the admin is hunting down real pro-American voices like Medea. Show them that your emotion goes beyond being a Twitter power
just
user
stand
that's
there
buddies
with
with
your
Elon's
thumb
exes.
up your ass.
Dude,
get the job done.
He's like, my audience is just retards and terrorists. Why are they being so fucking stupid?
Sometimes I welcome rotting for the rest of my life in a fucking federal penitentiary rather than having to deal with long-term community members who have like unbelievably snide remarks even in this fucking moment. Like, what the fuck? Dude, what? You're giving me advice on something that you don't know if I'm doing or not, okay? And then also you have
Yo, I know you're trying to overthrow American government. I'm like, you should do it actively.
to slap me with a fucking backhand and be like, all you technically do is just, hang out with Elon Musk's exes, dude. Why don't you do some real fucking organizing? Well, bitch, I did. Okay?
Bro, this dude is an internet LARPing revolutionary in his Gucci pants, in his communist mansion, with his $300,000 Porsche, making millions of dollars. He's still going to jail for being an insufferable host. Unifying Bowman in America. Everyone would support this shit. Yes. Dude, yes. The liberals, the right wing, the far right, everyone would love this. Donald Trump, please. Dude, put this man away. Rubio, if you could hear me. This guy would, if you put him in jail, you would become the next president of the United States. We know you've been revoking visas. You've been going after Islamists. This guy is perfect. He's perfect for you. You throw him away forever, you become the next president. W. Just colossal W. That would be incredible. Denaturalize him. Figure something out, man. This is perfect. Everyone hates this guy. Benjamin Netanyahu, if you can hear me, I have intel that Hassan Piker is only 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Benjamin Netanyahu, use whatever leverage you have. Whip out the Epstein button. No, I'm kidding. But bro, this guy's going. It's amazing.
And guess what? The government was like, we're throwing your ass in jail. Fuck you. Okay? What do you want me to do? Not an ideal way to add the
Try about it.
You can't pay for this kind of publicity, fam. Okay, guys.
Yo! Such publicity. He's gonna go to jail. Oh, that's sick. Bro, we got Congressman Randy Fine. I hope abusing Muslim terrorists and communist dictators is worth it at Hassan. The names that are under behavior to go unchecked are officially over. Hassan Piker is a jihadist with a bunch of his famous quotes like, Hamas is 1,000 times better. Kill them motherfuckers. Let the streets soak in the red capital's blood. Americans are 9/11. Do not support the United States in the Holocaust. Overall, my favorite flag is Hezbollah. China is the country that represents everything I love. If you care about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Oh my, this is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. Bro, just a couple of bangers. Bro, Congressman Randy Klein is watching this blue retard. Holy shit. I know exactly how I can survive. I'll just snitch. I'll just rat on literally all the guys that are supporting terrorists.
I think that ultimately the target is probably Singham and his operation.
Singham?
From
Now, a lot of you probably don't know who Singham is. I do, because I do research on Hassan Piker's
Cell to Answer Coalition to Coping, like anything that he has ever financed.
So he is a billionaire living in China who, in my opinion, works for the Chinese Communist Party directly, who is directly financing Code Pink and Answer Coalition and Hassan Piker's infinite jihad communist propaganda. He is literally admitting to being bankrolled by, in my opinion, the CCP. That is who Singham is, a billionaire in China. Just understand the level of fucked he is for doing this.
And it's not new. It's been around for a while, but it's obviously it's held through regardless because like it's ridiculous, right? It's like totally fucking ridiculous to try and you know to try and stop like the political advocacy of an American citizen.
Not for long. You're getting deported. Oh, I can't believe he snitched on all of his guys. That's crazy. So next is him trying to make himself look better. But I defended when people did this to other people. I defended Destiny. I defended all these other people. Fucking community notice. I did not defend Destiny. Oh my god. It's just so bad, bro. In fact, on the contrary, he literally is calling for exactly what's happening to him to happen to other people. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm just thinking the time's fun, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. Type in
The fuck?
Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you can click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Bro, this is so
And a part of that, is
Oh my god. Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my god, I hope they arrest him. Oh my god, I hope he goes to prison. Oh my god, I hope he goes to prison. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, this is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up. Lock him up. He got... Dude, he literally got... I know this is fucking absolutely malicious. I know this is malicious. I know Trump is doing this out of pure malice. This motherfucker got like $6 million from APAC.
Oh, we got money from APAC.
Okay? Lock him up! Yes, he's my senator.
Whoa. So they're like, Trump is weaponizing the Department of Justice and he's just maliciously going after political opponents. Anyway, that's so awesome, Adam Schiff. I don't like him because he got money from the Jews. It's just so good. It's actually just so good that this guy has zero morals whatsoever. He has zero principles. He's just a guy blowing in the wind, supporting every communist regime he could think of, supporting every Islamic terrorist attack he could possibly figure out. And this is just him weaponizing an army of inbred retard terrorists in his chat. He might be a honeypot. The FBI might just be using him as like a honeypot to get info on all of his chatters. Who knows? Right? Put them on some dossier of potential Islamic terrorists. Right? But dude, this is crazy. They're going after him now. Why would you do that? It's unconstitutional. He supports this, though. He literally supports this. Right? This is an old Hassan Cuba clip that's just so fucking good. It's so good.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes, because I didn't want to go to prison.
He doesn't want to go to prison. Anyway, he ended up going to Cuba, and wow, he ended up going to prison.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
W. He's gonna run, he won't do it? No, he'll do it. But we're locked in. What's the context behind you saying the U.S. deserved 9/11? Very simple. American foreign policy and intervention in the region directly caused blowback and led to 9/11.
This clip is just perfect. It's him saying if he ever goes to Cuba, he's going to go to jail. Okay. And then it's him saying that America deserved 9/11. It's so fucking good. It's so good. You can't make this up. Fox News says federal informants served subpoenas to Marxist Assad responds on Twitter. The American government was strike criminals Caribbean aids their country with decide. They couldn't. Epstein class. This term is an IQ test. Right? You really use this term if you're an actual 85 IQ inbred. That doesn't make the rules. That's just the rule. But just to understand, the American government rather try criminalizing propagandizing an adversarial government? Yes, the American government should criminalize treason. That's based at. This is insane. Bro, this guy, Hassan Piker, is a multimillionaire who visits brothels that had child prostitutes. He is the Epstein class. It's crazy. All right, so just to understand, you weren't going to deliver aid to a country we've starved. All right, we're not starving them. Communism is starving them, and also you didn't deliver aid. You went there to do this gay fucking show to advocate for communist dictatorships and shit. It's just so bad, bro. It's so bad. The craziest thing is, first him saying the American government better try criticizing delivering aid, and this is him saying that any other government would do it anyway.
Now, U.S. aid, like, this is yet another instance where, like, again, Trump is doing something, okay, that is not necessary. I feel like it's something that under different circumstances I might not have even had an issue with.
So he supports cutting off foreign aid. Meanwhile, he's crying about America not giving foreign aid to Cuba. Like there is no position that this guy is not a hypocrite on. Right?
Fuckity fuck fuck.
Next, he's crying and saying, "Maybe don't run them, Donnie." It's the fucking mayor of New York, who, by the way, condemned him on live television. Is gonna come to his defense in a federal treason case.
As well, you might need Zoran Magic for this one. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, I don't think Zoran Mamdani is gonna be doing that anytime soon because I'm not a concerning incident that took place in the New York City region of America. You know what I mean? Highly doubt it.
All right, highly doubt it. Sentence over.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe
I'm wrong. Maybe Zoran, please help Zoran. I know you're just the fucking mayor in New York, but please, Zoran, please.
Apologize for the Adam Schiff comment, so this is good. I'll gladly apologize if my Senator Adam Schiff lifts a pinky finger to defend his anti-Zionist constituent in democracy. He certainly didn't when my friends were being tortured in an Israeli prison. What?
My friends being tortured in an Israeli prison is him directly and openly admitting that his friends are terrorists. There's no other explanation. There is no other interpretation. He's like, yeah, my friends are Hamas. Wow, this is gonna go really well.
Oh, so you're friends with terrorists? Put that down on the subpoena. So wait a minute. So he says wait, you're friends with Hamas? Whoa, wait a minute. Wait, what the fuck? God, why would he admit this? Right? I mean, this has been investigated. Why would you say this? There's no self-reporting. Why would you say this? No. And why would he care if I go to an American one? Oh, right. And so this is it. Oh, my God. He can be an informant? I guess so. Are there poly market bets on him? I bet there's not.
Bro, just miserable. The spiral is so bad. So Jasmine Crockett, complete retard Democrat, boosts video mocking Hassan Piker after subpoena for the Trump admins for bringing food and medicine to Cubans. All right. By the way, he didn't actually do that, bringing food and medicine to Cubans. This it makes believe that he's like some sort of official news account. This is just Hassan Piker's editor. This is literally Hassan Piker's editor. Kamala would have never. That's what you get for telling people to vote third party, right? Literally just roasting Hassan Piker. And Hassan is like, yeah, she endorsed an Israeli agent. Unsurprising. This is just Israel. Israel is trying to get Hassan Piker to go to jail. Can I just say, if Israel is the one pulling the strings, go Israel. Let's fucking go. Maybe Israel needs more control over America. That's what I'm saying. All right. If they're the ones doing this is miraculous. So begging for Zoran's help, dude, it's so bad. So Rick Scott, a guy who, by the way, Hassan Piker called for his death on his stream, he's getting in his ass. Good. Hassan Piker, the code big went to Cuba, an 85-star hotel, coasted up with thugs in the communist regime, completely ignores the innocent Cuban prisoners who were starved and tortured. They should be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. Thank you, U.S. Treasury. Hassan Piker responds, but you did Medicaid fraud! But you did Medicaid fraud! Bro, it's so fucking bad. Hassan Piker Piker once again trying to come up with some other way to throw other people under the bus. All right, so we got Hassan Piker says Fox News fell for a fake tweet that he stayed in a sanctioned hotel in Cuba, which I think he did. There is an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed at a hotel that Americans didn't stay in. It wasn't me though. It was Nick Shirley. That's right, Nick Shirley, an American patriot, fighting for American people is totally the same as a Turkish drunk, terror-supporting retard who's constantly calling for violence on the streets and supporting communism.
Holy crap!
Bro, it's crazy. Dude, it's so we obviously didn't watching him talk about Nick Shirley is just incredible. He's trying everything.
We obviously didn't stay at a fucking hotel that the American government has made illegal to stay in. Nick Shirley, on the other hand, whether because he's a fucking idiot or because, it doesn't really matter what he does because he's basically an agent for the state.
Nick Shirley, the guy exposing people in the government for doing fraud, is an agent of the state. The guy who exposed hundreds of millions of dollars of fraud that the government has been trying to cover up is an agent of the state.
Did stay in a hotel that was illegal for him.
This guy's actually fucking retarded. It's crazy. All right, so this is him crying. The Democrats. This is so good. So one of the major Senate candidates that Hassan Piker has been supporting lately is a guy named Graham Flatner. He's a retard that basically talked about how he wishes American troops would have been killed by the Taliban, and he actually had a Nazi tattoo on his body. Like not something that could esoterically be decided as a Nazi tattoo, an actual Nazi tattoo that after getting exposed he had it covered up. All right, so look at this one.
I find that tattoo and his commentary about it to be personally disqualifying. I hope Maine voters agree with me. I think it would be a mistake for the Democratic Party to think that Graham Plattner's brand of the Democratic Party is what wins us durable majorities throughout this country.
Massachusetts Congressman Jake Auchincloss, thank you so much for being with us.
All right, so this congressman is like, yo, we should not be electing this guy. This is a Democrat saying, yo, maybe we shouldn't elect a guy that's calling for the death of our soldiers and also literally having Nazis. Hassan Piker be like, Israel first Democrats. I don't even know. This has nothing to do with Israel. This is incredible. It's incredible. This guy is actually fucking retarded. It's honestly shocking, man. Bro, like this guy is going crazy. You do not understand. This is a glorious crash out. It is so bad. All right, it gets even worse. So after Hassan Piker realizes that obviously the entire right wing is united in celebrating over the fact that this fucking retard, terrorist-supporting dipshit communist is going to jail, all right, he was then shocked. Center-left people, like the average liberal, also is celebrating him going to jail. Every centrist blue MAGA who celebrates these subpoenas, you fucking morons. They think you're all communists. They're coming for you too. That's right. Hassan Piker is a shield for every moderate Democrat. Cavalier and Hillary lost the Trump. They tried to present themselves as moderate establishment candidates. It was the Dem Party's failure that gave us Trump twice. The Dems and free consultants on this website are entirely out of touch with the base and diametrically opposed its demands. Pro-Israel Dems have no real constituency. It's insane how this is about Israel. Like, it's actually insane that this is about Israel. We represent most of the political and the media class. Blue MAGA is crying a lot lately because the left flank candidates that are winning insurgent races and the Dem primaries, and this makes a lot of blue MAGA scared. After I posted on Twitter and it didn't work well, maybe Trump can take part of my problem. That's right. My guy, this is literally you saying that you support Donald Trump jailing Adam Schiff because you didn't like him because he got money from AIPAC. All right? You are not sitting here and making believe like you have some principled stance against locking up treasonous psychopaths. All right? This is fucking insane. And now he turns on the Democrats, and the Democrats are like, yeah, I actually don't really like that my party is known as the party that has like these terrorists fucking running around and shit. I don't actually like that. Nick Fuentes coming back into the fold, right? Like this man used to say we're voting Democrats and shit. If Trump wants to win us back, or he's talking about all of the like the right wing guys that are like against Trump's Iran war and shit, putting us on Piker prison forever will be a good start. Donald Trump, listen, do it for Nick Fuentes, please. Reunite the fold. We would all agree, bro. Nick Fuentes fucking hates this guy. It's amazing.
Now, I look at a guy like Hassan. You cannot. How fucking dare you try to get on moral high ground? You are a roach.
Yeah.
You are an animal abuser.
Yeah.
You are an idiot. And you are human garbage.
That's right. Yeah.
And you're a hypocrite. You go in on your live stream, you cry about, I hate the left, I hate socialism.
Just cinema, watching everyone come together. It's so beautiful. Only the Donalds can unite people so well. This man, he's still got it. Bro,
To go to jail. This was Nick last month.
Bro. What needs to come of this is Hassan Piker needs to go to jail.
We've all been saying it.
We don't need a White House ballroom. Fuck your ballroom.
Bro, we have all been saying it. I'm just saying. We could unite over this shit. Like, we could forge bonds in this retard going away. Now, there are some people that are against it. I'm going to show them to you. Sneeko, Islamist. Regardless of our differences, I don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail. I don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail. All right. Very cool. Pretty insane stuff. All right, who else? Myron Gaines, another Islamist. If a son gets arrested, every time they start doing the same thing to other people. That's why I don't want to ever. So let me get this straight. The only two people that I could find on the entire internet that don't want Hassan Piker to go to jail are two Islamists. It's a coincidence. It's probably a coincidence. All right. It's wild how many liberals are citing the Trump admin over citing the socialists, bro. All of the left. The people with Trump derangement syndrome are literally singing Trump's praises because he's putting these people away. Meanwhile, what's happening in Turkey, which Hassan Piker doesn't want to talk about. In Turkey, by the way, opposition parties are getting raided, critics are getting silenced, they claim to be some sort of democracy, and they are a fucking shithole. And guess what? Population is going to increase because they're going to be getting a roach from America very soon. Hassan Piker, you fucked around. Specifically against right-wing people. You keep seeing violence against right-wing all the time because the left actually doesn't believe in a very central tenet of right-wing politics, which is thou shalt not murder. They just don't believe in it. All right, so obviously they do it. All right, it's crazy. Who could have thunk of something like this?
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Yeah, hilarious. Just really funny stuff, honestly. And it's crazy how they're just terrorists. It's crazy. I was like, hi, I'm a leftist. I'm a very interesting guy. I have a weird personality. I'm a terrorist. I want to kill people that I don't like. Anyway, that's leftist policies. Bro, look foul at Erica Kirk crying. They're laughing about the woman who watched her husband get murdered by a violent leftist who will be traumatized or witnessing another assassination attempt. No surprise. Right, so Riley Gaines tweets, stop trying to kill our president. Pretty reasonable thing to say. Stephen Bunnell, Destiny, responds with saying, I have never agreed with the statement more in my entire life. Obviously focusing on stop trying to kill our president. Do you get it? He wants you to succeed. No, that's not me putting words in his mouth. Nope.
I won't condemn anything until the President of the United States.
This is him talking about not condemning the murder of Charlie Kirk, and then you're going to see a clip of him saying that conservatives need to be afraid of getting killed in the streets.
I won't condemn anything until the President of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
That's right. He thinks that Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, and Donald Trump needs to say, everybody's wrong, this is everybody's issue, actually.
You won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature. Condemning violence, turning down the temperature.
I love how it's like his idea of turning down the temperature is every time something bad happens, they make a tweet saying we condemn violence, and then they just go on their shows, and then they just call for violence every single day, all day. Like that's literally what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with immoral monsters. We really are demons from Freeran. Actually, they'll use your words to manipulate you. Why should I ever trust the word of someone who doesn't believe in thou shalt not murder? Let alone thou shalt not steal. They actively promote stealing and looting and all that shit. Their words mean absolutely nothing to me, to be honest. Pouring fuel on the fire every single day, all day, for years and years and years, a decade. The entire Democrat Party at this point is essentially just a big orgy of saying Trump's bad. All right, and then something bad happens, and then, they point at the fire that they lit, and then they're like, I condemn this.
For a decade, made. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why would you expect anybody, Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't
Can you
Trump
answer
go on
this
TV and say,
question?
all of us should be less violent? You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear.
I love how he says turn down the temperature because there's violent rhetoric on both sides. On the left, they literally want you dead and they want to kill you. And on the right, they just kind of don't want that to happen. It's both sides, guys.
Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess.
It's memes. Conservatives need to be afraid of getting killed in public. It's just memes. You got his entire channel demonetized for this one, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, Hassan Piker, this is his reaction to the shooting.
Wait, they started running.
Shots fired in the White House correspondent chair?
Look how excited he is.
Oh my god. Oh my god, look. What the fuck?
This is exactly what he wants, by the way. Alright, don't let the what the fuck confuse you. Alright, don't let it confuse you. Is this a good time to mention the Democrats who joined the Hassan Piker said that he wants the blood of his slave that's supposed to run the streets and using to justify the murder of an innocent father because he ran a health insurance company? And Hassan responds to this, we don't even have the details of what happened yet. Are we being serious? Are we being serious? A guy shot at the president of the United States. Obviously, was a leftist. What are we doing here? Yeah, and these MFers are already using this opportunity to try and blame me. Oh my god, he's actually fucking retarded. The president used the most violent rhetoric ever known to man. Perhaps that's why it's usually his own supporters trying to shoot him. That's right, obviously, his supporters support him so much they try to kill him. Like, you can't even, discuss with these people. It's like, they're like, we need to unify. We need to get together. We need both sides to turn the temperature down so we can become besties. No, we can't. We literally cannot become besties. How are you ever going to rationally reason with someone that thinks that Trump it's his supporters that keep trying to kill him? But how are you even supposed to, engage with that? This dude literally supports every terrorist organization on the fucking planet. And then when terrorism happens, he's like, another right-winger. And I love how, the president's violent rhetoric is like, we will end this civilization, and then Iran immediately makes a peace deal because they're scared. It's like, that is the president's violent rhetoric, true. Hassan and Destiny, these two guys, they both go on, all these shows, these college campus tours, these college speeches. Zero security at all. Right? None of them have any security. Charlie Kirk had so much security, and they still managed to kill him. All right? And the craziest thing is we all know why. It's because there's going to be some right-wing guy that just goes and kills Destiny. That's just not going to happen. Thank God. I don't want it to happen. Don't get me wrong. I do not want it to happen. But I'm confident that it won't. Again, this is Hassan Piker.
My understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers. There's murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the street soak in their fucking red capitalist blood, dude.
Largest leftist political streamer on the planet, by the way. All right, this is an advocating for Trump's assassination.
You actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, someone has to do it.
Someone has to do it. That's coded language for killing Donald Trump. And everyone laughs because they all know exactly what he means.
I say that. Everyone knows exactly what I mean.
Yeah, they do. Everyone does. Everyone knows what you mean. Ho-ho! I'm so cool and edgy. I'm calling the assassination of the president, but I'm using cool emojis to let you know what I'm exactly saying. Instead of saying the words, the magic words.
Which is, I think,
saying the N-word, that's bad. We should kill you for saying the N-word. Saying that you're basically trying to get someone to assassinate the president of the United States. Whole thing changes. I love democracy too. Zoran Mamdani, so yeah, all right. Yeah, really, bro? Really, what are we even doing here, man? These people are all absolute fucking jokes. All right, so, President Trump said we need to build a ballroom that they can have, a secure location that they can actually have these sorts of dinners without, being worried about assassins and shit. Pretty reasonable. That sounds like, oh my god, it's a false flag, guys. Oh my god, it's a false flag. It's so false. He let himself almost get murdered so he could build a concocted mostly to justify building the White House ballroom that's already being built anyway. That's the theory, by the way. In case you were unaware, that is the theory we're working with. And the funniest thing is, like, they're all coming up with this, like, leave the conspiracy theories to the right wing, guys. Okay? What are we fucking dealing with here? This is toddler conspiracy. But the truth, Luke, is they don't even believe these conspiracies. I think they just say them. And, you know, they try to repeat them enough times until it becomes part of just like the public dictionary. Just becomes the public vernacular of these retards. They'll say it enough times until the mass psychosis sets in and they just start believing it. Because the thing is, they all want him dead. They all want him assassinated. They all want the assassins to succeed. They would all celebrate the assassin that actually does succeed. If, God forbid, it does happen. So why? In their own worldview, do they really think that all of these are fake? Except, unless they don't. Unless they don't. The third world is trouble. But they don't. There's no way. 22% of liberals under 44 say it's okay to feel happy when a political opponent dies compared to 6% of conservatives their age. That is like such a big twist. It's almost like it's ideologically based. It's almost like ideologically, leftists are just, I don't know, fucking evil. Anyway, this is Hassan Piker this week, talking about how he understands murdering people who are guilty of his subjective view of social murder.
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder.
Social murder is not a real thing. It's gay and it's fake, and it was created by dipshits and retards. Social murder is not a real thing.
And Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit
poverty is not violence.
paywall system of healthcare in this country.
And God for this country's healthcare. That's why, you know, people in Canada and in England, they send their patients to America because their healthcare is so much better. Then we don't have the bullshit communist healthcare like they do in Canada and England. You basically die before getting an appointment.
The consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain, tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that...
Remember, this guy supports Hamas terrorists and the Islamic regime in Iran. Okay? This guy supports Hezbollah, who killed 650,000 people in Syria. All right? Does he care about deaths? Like that's the funny thing. Like, so many of these people, like, they don't actually believe in anything. Like, their morals are flimsy and evil. That's it. They have nothing. They have absolutely nothing.
Was a fascinating story.
You'll see at some point the switch will flip, and you probably don't believe me right now. I'll be real. I'm trying my best to radicalize you guys. I am. Oh my God, no, my pipeline. No. You've reached the end. You've reached the end of the pipeline, my guy. They're evil, and they want you dead. Okay? And at some point, the switch is gonna flip, and you're gonna be like, holy shit, the blue retard cartoon guy was actually right the whole time. But you'll see.
For me, because America's very draconian about...
Americans are draconian, unlike, you know, the Islamic Republic of Iran, where they executed 40,000 of their own people just because they didn't like them.
And punishment. They're very black and white on this issue.
God, I wish they were more draconian. I wish they were more black and white. Absolutely.
And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
You know, I don't support someone murdering Hassan Piker in the street, but I would totally understand it if someone did. Because of the social murder that Hassan Piker is propagating constantly. So if someone did go murder Hassan Piker in the street, which I do not endorse, I don't want it to happen, don't get me wrong, I would totally understand it. I would totally understand it. Because he's a terrorist. Support it. Don't forget the biggest influence on the left was on the New York Times podcast this week, talking about how political violence is rationalized. Pretty cool stuff, huh? Isn't that weird how that happened? Wow, it's so wild. So weird that Donald Trump didn't stand up, as for his shoes, definitely raise his fist and say, fight, fight, fight. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Sorry, insane. Staged as fuck. Don't shoot number charges, prove it. Yep. Now, this is a journalist who was at the White House dinner tonight, saying someone needs to do it with 1.1 million views. Taylor Lorenz, an actual journalist, in quotes, who was there. I don't know how this is possible. I don't even know what we're doing here. So this person says, first false flag got him elected, so he's just spamming it for building renovations. And again, I don't think these people even believe this. I just think they say it. Just to be clear, of course, this is Hassan Piker's editor, much to the surprise of no one. Don Lemon said this on the correspondence dinner, and this is insane. He attempted assassination.
We're talking about the White House correspondent. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And that's why I am not in that room tonight, even though I was invited, because I don't want to sit in a room and pretend it's normal and sip champagne and black
Did he plan the attack? Question mark. I'm just asking questions.
tie and ball gown, pretending that this is normal when it's not. This is not normal Republican versus Democratic politics.
Totally agree. It's good versus evil. Thank you. I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you so much. Yes.
The Trump regime is trying to take away press freedom.
How is he trying to take away press freedom?
They are trying to kill the First Amendment.
You're trying to kill the president. Are we being serious here? Are we being serious? The majority of the country elected Donald Trump to be president. These people have been calling for his death for like 10 years now. All right? They tried to ban him. They tried to jail him. They banned him from Twitter. They banned him from YouTube. They banned him from Twitch. They tried to kill him. Like, Trump is really upset when people slander him. Okay?
They don't believe in the First Amendment. They don't believe in freedom of the press. Otherwise, they would not be arresting reporters. They would not be.
They're not arresting reporters unless the reporters are doing illegal things. Like, this is insane. Like, this is actually like the Hamas argument. It's like, oh, the Hamas terrorists, but I'm wearing a press vest, so therefore you're not allowed to arrest me. It's like, okay, dude, get the fuck out of here. What are we doing here?
Searching their homes. They would not be taking their cell phones. They wouldn't be trying to investigate them because they write a story that you don't like about your girlfriend. All of those things. I can't believe the White House Correspondents Association invited them to be in that room. I don't understand it. I don't get it. You have to take a stand. And if you're in that room, you are co-signing this. You are complicit in normalizing something that should not be normal.
All right, so anyone that's around Trump vaguely is co-signing it. Does that language sound familiar to you? It might. It might if you were paying attention. Because if you read the actual manifesto of the assassin, get a load of this. Get a load of this. Secret Service. They are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. Hotel security. Not targets at all if possible. And same with all these guys.
Day 7.
Et cetera, et cetera. I would still go through most anyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis as those people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, traitor, and are thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come to that. This is what the assassin wrote in his manifesto. Just by the fact that they're normalizing Trump, I could kill them now. It's pretty insane watching this happen. It really is. It really is insane. Because, like, I knew that this was the case. And I'm just being proven right, unfortunately, again and again and again and again and again. And it's all of them, actually. It is all of them. Ed Fagotstein tweets, was the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner trying to kill the media whom Trump attacks on a daily basis? This is like the ultimate gotcha. It's like, oh, yeah, I would use rhetoric like kill the president, but the president uses rhetoric like the media keeps lying. So obviously both sides are using rhetoric. Again, this is exactly what we're dealing with. This is Hassan Piker supporting Hamas terrorist rapists.
Murderous militants went in to a music festival and murdered hundreds of teenagers in cold blood, and often massively mutilated them in ways that we have on camera. And that is deeply traumatic to me.
Do you think that I think that it was wholeheartedly justifiable?
I think certainly you haven't been very clear in the condemnation at times. And I've watched what you said.
I think it's important to understand the historical context in which...
Or historical context into which Palestinian terrorists decided to rape and brutalize, murder, and kidnap women and children.
But violent resistance...
There's no context for murdering hundreds of teenagers, is there?
I think that...
Targeting and murdering and raping hundreds of teenagers.
Yes, I think there is...
Yes, he thinks there is. Context is important.
I think that it's important to understand the context in which violent resistance has evolved, whether it be Hamas or whether it be any militancy.
There's time for nuance, and there's also time to say something is unequivocally evil, and something is unequivocally unjustifiable. But to actually fix a conflict and gain trust with people, you need to say that unequivocally about the murder of hundreds of teenagers at the Supernova Music Festival, their mutilation and often their rape. And I don't know why you can't say that.
These aren't barbaric monsters.
Yeah, they are. I'm happy they're dead.
That these are horrifying atrocities that they did, right? But it is not coming out of a place of this antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies.
They literally state that they wish all the Jews in the world would move to Israel so that when they kill the Jews in Israel, they kill all the Jews in the world. You're going to tell me that that's not anti-Semitic. It's like, what are we even doing here? Like, what are we even do? We need to whitewash terrorists that badly?
That they wanted to go out and like do mass raids.
By invading from the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
Do you think that they were not motivated by the given that they were murdering?
No.
Absolutely not. I know that it literally is in the Hamas charter that there will be a time where the trees and the rocks shout and scream, "Hey, warrior of Islam, there's a Jew hiding behind me. Come and kill the Jew that is hiding behind me." And then the warrior of Islam will go behind the tree and the rock and kill the Jew that is hiding behind the tree and the rock. This is literally in the creed of Hamas. You're going to tell me, they're cool, the Jews. They get along really well with Jews. Absolutely.
No. That is remarkable. The slogan of the Houthis seems so effective.
I know. I've been very critical of that as well.
I'm very critical of the slogan. But I love the Houthis. This is what we're dealing with.
Well,
I don't know if that...
enough not to platform somebody and call them a sexy pirate.
And this is a person that has...
And said, oh, I don't take down journalists. You critically engage and examine that. But you do not critically engage and examine this individual. And instead...
Because an IDF soldier in many circumstances is living in similar conditions to someone like myself. So I treat someone in the Western world with like Nazi ambitions very differently.
I think this is interesting because it's you don't have a moral universalism. When you talk about the murder of gay people on mass,
Bro is just getting
So
by this random fucking British kid.
it's okay for Palestinians to rape because they're third world?
when we talk about what Hamas has done to gay people,
By the way, he supports China conquering Tibet. That's another one of his takes.
or what they do to Jewish hostages, you enter this contextual bladder. And it strikes me that these...
Because you want to know why?
It's because he supports terrorism.
Because Israel has killed significantly larger numbers of gay Palestinians than Hamas has.
God, I love
No, they haven't.
The argument is so good every time. It's like, yeah, Hamas declared war with horrible things, but Israel fought back and won the war. So that makes Israel worse. Because if you look at the numbers, Israel should have totally let Hamas kill like 70,000 Jews so that then they can kill 70,000 Palestinians. All right? Like, but since Hamas terrorists are ineffective retards, aside from being barbarians, they only killed like 1,500 Jews. So therefore, the Jews should only limit their killing of Palestinians. Like, do you understand the level of retard we're dealing with? All these justifications, they're all lies. The numbers don't matter to him at all. He supports the death of every Jew in Israel, for example, because he supports the terrorist organizations that chant from the river to the sea. They want to kill every Jew between the river and the sea, which is everyone in Israel. So, like, these are lies, all right? And they all do this shit every single time. Every time, without fail. They're like demons from Freeman. They use
God
words
damn it.
to manipulate, trick you, and destroy you. That is why they use words. They use words that hopefully you'll care about so they can pervert them to rape you with them. Because he would support the death of all the Jews in Israel, absolutely. If it means the Palestinian resistance would be able to win and be able to go and take the land or whatever the fuck he believes in, so they could frolic in the fields and fuck sheep and rape prisoners and take sex slaves or whatever they do in Gaza today. But he doesn't care. He will use the number argument in order to validate his position. His position is he just wants terrorism, actually. All right, and that's what they all do. They all do the same thing. Oh, but Trump uses rhetoric against the media. Right, it's true. It's totally the same. Right. Just like the entire left is calling for the assassination of Donald Trump. Donald Trump does criticize the media. Both sides use violent rhetoric, and this is what we're dealing with. All right, and it's all of them, man. So this is at like some college campus. This is the dude, Alex Stein, who was interviewing some students. Charlie Kirk leans left at the end. Isn't that hilarious? Random college student. Right? These are the tolerant people. These are the better people. The people that think that they have some sort of moral high ground.
Do you think that's funny? To make fun of a guy that was brutally assassinated and publicly executed? Like, what happened to you in your life that you made that happen? I know, but what happened to you? You think that's funny to watch a guy brutally get murdered?
Like, see, the thing is, he's actually shocked, but that's because he didn't get killed enough near a fucking limit. He didn't reach his limit of understanding. He doesn't realize that all the evil world because they just all support violence. They all do. They do not believe, fundamentally, in the commandment, thou shalt not murder. So they don't care about this at all.
brutally murdered, and you think it's funny because you're joking about that?
Do you think it's funny to just, like, harass people in public?
I'm not harassing.
First of all, great equivalence. Second of all, he's having conversations. And again, it's all of it, actually. Right? So the bombshell is from CBS News that the Southern Poverty Law Center was actually funding people to manufacture racism for its own purposes so that they can fight racism. All right? Understand, the left isn't fighting an ideological battle here. They're fighting to win. They're fighting for power. This was a huge expose over the last week that this huge leftist organization was funneling millions of dollars to KKK leaders and white supremacists in order to create the radical right-wingers that they would claim that they were fighting to take down. Elon Musk crashed out over that. The fact that I wasn't funded by the SPLC proves I'm not a Nazi. Scarily true. The left, all of these assassination attempts are fake and staged. No way this would happen. Also the left, but Trump is a fascist. I wish they were real. Someone really thinks they're real. And it really is. Now, and I'm really glad some other people are picking up on what I'm saying. The more that right-wingers talk about the ballroom, the more it's going to seem staged to many people. Jumping from security should have been better in the lobby to build some scam. It's just ridiculous. Staged. And the truth is, this is why I think the right is stupid. These people play into your delusions. Hackman doesn't think this is staged at all. He knows you do, though, and he will push the feeding frenzy to serve his ends. And that's the truth, because leftists are like demons from Freeland. They have no morals. They have no ethics. They cannot ground them in anything. They are quintessentially evil. Evil. Literally. Like, think about it. If good is defined as being as godly as you can, right, emulating God in your action, then evil would be the opposite of that. It's the party of castrating children, the party of murdering babies. It's the party of stealing private property and redistributing it. It's the party of murder. It is an inherently evil philosophy. So if you're a leftist, you're either evil or you're retarded. And I know, I'm very strong with my opinions, and it turns some people off sometimes. But on this channel, I can only guarantee one thing, and that is straight up. Now, to be clear, when I say that they're evil, I'm not calling for violence, I'm not calling for their deaths, or anything like that. Obviously, we need to politically obliterate them. We also need to pray for them. We need to pray that they somehow find their way to God. Anyone could repent, but until they do, they're evil motherfuckers, and they want you to die. You might think this is radical, but you'll see, you'll get to that point. There will be that breakdown point where you're like, holy shit, the blue cartoon retard was right the entire time.
But we'll get to that in a bit. Growing from a well-to-do boy into a well-to-do man, Lazier had a passion for helping the ill and minimizing all the icky sickies that had plagued humanity throughout history. So he took that passion and put it to good use, receiving his doctorate in medicine from Columbia University in 1892. Upgrading himself from graduate to practicing physician in 1895, Lazier focused his studies on two major diseases, the infectious malaria and the deadly yellow fever, both of which were starting all kinds of problems in the late 1800s, the worst of which being that people were dying. But exactly how these diseases were being spread so easily, particularly in the southern United States and in the Caribbean, remained a mystery, for a few more years at least. Well, that's not exactly true. You see, about 14 years earlier, Cuban public health professional disease researchy guy Carlos Finlay came up with a theory. He proposed that some diseases, particularly fever, could be transmitted through the bite of a single infected mosquito. It's a rather simple theory. An itty-bitty mosquito bites an infected monkey, acquires the yellow fever, flies away, finds a healthy human, gives the suck and leaves behind yellow fever, and the cycle continues. Now, if you've ever spent more than 2 seconds in the American South, you know just how bad the little shits can get. So if there's a few infected people and a lot of mosquitoes, things are going to spread faster than a bad joke at a dad convention. Oh, come on, I'm hungry. He said it. Finlay laid out his research and presented his nido-mosquito theory to the scientific community, opting for control over the mosquito population to minimize the spread. And they all laughed at him. All them stupid science bitches ridiculed and mocked Finlay's theory, brushing it off as complete nonsense. But now we fast forward more than a decade, and a very confident Lazier was willing to put that theory to the test. On himself. Right here's an infected skater, and here's an uninfected me. So, if it bites me and I get infected, well, there you go. And so, in September of 1900, Lazier was deliberately bitten by an infected mosquito. He contracted yellow fever and died several days later. But his sacrifice would not be in vain, as it confirmed Finlay's theory, subsequently revolutionizing the control of yellow fever, including controlling the mosquito population. The age of exploration saw a lot of exploring from many a capable sea captain. But amongst the Columbuses and Marco Polos of history, some have fallen through the cracks, their deeds and accomplishments forgotten to time, or just not important enough for people to care. Johnny Kendrick was one such captain. Ever since growing up aboard Papa Kendrick's whaling vessel in his teenage years, John had a love of the sea, which explains the vast success he found in his later years. This guy was more American than a strapped apple pie asking for a tip. A member of the American Sons of Liberty, Kendrick personally took part in the famous Boston Tea Party, hucking countless crates of precious British life fuel into the harbor. He also commanded a privateer ship during the American Revolution, attacking and capturing British warships with his crew of 104 men, even going as far as helping convince the French to join the fight. After helping America get its independence, Kendrick took to the seas once more, this time on a more exploratory venture. Teaming up with famous explorer ship-sailing captain fellow Robert Gray, whom you've probably never heard of, the two bros made history, leading the first U.S. expedition to the Pacific Northwest, where they established...
Alright, I'm turning in for the night. I'm getting tired. I will see you guys in the morning. You have a wonderful evening.
Kendrick also made himself at home in Hawaii in the late 1700s.